Right, good evening everybody and welcome to our planning committee on today, Tuesday the 8th of July. If you would like to use the Wi-Fi, you can get onto the council Wi-Fi on Dream Shine Level as one word, all lowercase. So I'm going to ask everybody as members of the public, if you wish to leave the room, could you please try and do so at the end of an agenda item so that any discussions going on aren't disturbed. I mean, obviously, sometimes you may have to leave earlier, but if possible, at the end of an agenda item would be good. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to start with apologies for absence. So I'll ask our clerk if we had any apologies.
No apologies received, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the committee if anybody has any declaration of interest. You're reminded as a committee member that you should declare any known interest in any matter to be considered. Members should also make a declaration should it become apparent during the meeting that they have an interest in the matter being discussed. So has anybody got an interest? Councillor Chandler.
Good evening, Chair. I declare a personal interest in the final item to do with Abbey Farm. As a St Andrews Parish Councillor, our parish has added comments to that particular application. But I'm not on the parish's planning committee, nor was I on the parish at the time those comments were made.
Thank you very much. If we go on to the agenda item 3, which is the minutes, page 7 to 12, we're here to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of June 2025. Does anybody first of all have any comments about the minutes they'd like to raise? No. Could I have a proposer for those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Borman, and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Moving on to item 4, which is public question time on general issues to do with planning. I haven't received any notifications, so Sean, have we received anything?
We've had no advance warning of public questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay. Thank you, Councillor. Ex-Councillor. Thank you, Bob.
How long have I got, Chair?
You may only ask a question related generally to planning and not make any statements or speeches. A short, sharp question would be good.
I have plenty of questions, Chair, the first of which is, in what order of precedence should the applications being considered tonight be taken? Should that be material, design, quality, impact or financial gain?
Right, we are not going to take questions, obviously, on items that are coming up on the agenda, but this is a general question about in which order they are deemed to be acceptable, yes? So I'm going to ask Chief Planning Officer what the department do, and he may send you a written answer.
Yeah, all material planning considerations are covered in the officer's report. It's for members of the planning committee to determine the weight that they wish to place on those items.
Forgive me, that was not the order of precedence, that was just one aspect.
Was the question which order the items are coming in?
No, according to the guidelines that I've read on how you should operate,
yes,
material considerations should come before financial considerations, and merits of schemes have to be judged against different criteria. I'm just asking which merits are you putting in precedence?
Yeah, I mean, planning committee should assess all planning applications in line with material planning considerations.
15 minutes, Chair.
Yes. Have you got another question?
I'd have plenty of questions that I pointed out. Is the planning committee meant to be an independent body and not being conditioned to follow the local authorities' wishes?
I'll pass that on to legal.
The Planning Committee is an administrative committee and is separate and is apolitical. It's not following any council agenda or rules.
Should the application be considered on financial state of the local authority in order to avoid appeals, or are there other guidances for the councillors during the application being considered?
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said previously, the local authority, as local planning authority, is duty bound to consider the material planning considerations of an application before it. Those material planning considerations are clearly set out in the officer's report, and that is what is before committee this evening.
If planning committee members are meant to make a judgment on how an officer has weighed up an application, how are they meant to consider that if the details about what went for and against an application were not stated?
Can I just ask you to clarify that question? I didn't quite get to the hub of it.
So, if an officer recommends something for an application against the things that may be wrong with the application and weigh in favour, if the details are not there for councillors to consider, how are councillors meant to assess the weighting?
Yeah, the committee report is the officer's professional review and the officer's professional recommendation. It's up to committee members whether they choose to put the same weight on the arguments for and against on any particular item.
May be used in a decision made by this committee when that word may can allow a decision being made by an officer to choose when they accept or not accept an obligation.
I think I know which application you're talking about. It's not on the agenda this evening. Again, that is around the officer's professional view. In that case, the delegation to complete a Section 106 agreement was delegated from committee to officers, to myself, and those Section 106 negotiations are close to being concluded. The word may was around the timescale in which that decision would be made.
Chair, could I ask a consideration that the word is no longer used, because may gives the wrong impression both to the public, to the officers and councillors, because the interpretation can be taken at any time to go either way.
Members, can I just explain that if you've been given delegated authority, any member or any officer can choose not to exercise their delegation, and perhaps that is the reason the word may is used, because they don't have to exercise they may choose to escalate it up to the committee again.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Wright?
Can I thank you all for answering the way you answered? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. I don't see anybody else's hand up, so I'm going to move on to item 5, determination of planning and related applications, pages 11 to 20 for the committee members. Can I draw your attention to the report of the Chief Planning Officer, Richard Bell? Do we have any comments? If not, I would like a vote of acceptance. So, do we have any comments to start with? Right, okay, so can I have a proposer that we are happy with that report? Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Seconder? Pages 11 to 20. Councillor Heath, did I see you indicate? Thank you very much as seconder. So can I have a vote? All those in agreement with the report from the Chief Planning Officer of accepting it, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, going to move on to item number 6. And we're just going to start, before we open this item, our legal advisor is going to just make a statement for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, can I please remind you that the Planning Committee is an administrative committee and is apolitical. Members must act with the rules of natural justice in mind. This means you must not only act fairly, but must be seen to be acting fairly towards the applicants, the objectors and supporters, and must approach the applications before you with an open mind. You're here to represent the whole of the community and not just the people in your ward or those who voted for you. In considering the application, you should take into account the local plan, the law, other relevant plan policies, and only material considerations. If you consider that you have predetermined this application and are unlikely to be persuaded to change your mind, you should leave the chamber now and take no further part in the meeting. Of course, if you have formed a provisional view towards a particular outcome, but remain prepared to consider and weigh all relevant factors in reaching a final decision by keeping an open mind, this is not predetermination, but is predisposition. Section 25 of the Localism Act 2011 states that a councillor should not be regarded as having a closed mind simply because they have previously said or acted in a way that may have directly or indirectly indicated the view they may have in relation to a planning matter. It's not a problem for members or councillors to have predisposed to a particular view. This predisposition can be strong and can be publicly voiced. It is accepted that members may have been elected specifically because of their view and that they might favour or against a particular view. However, as long as they keep an open mind to all views, they are not deemed to have predetermined the application and can take part in the meeting and vote. Please, members, can I remind you of the training I recently provided on predetermination, predisposition and bias, and please, when considering the application, can I humbly request that you have that in mind. Finally, there has been a lot of correspondence about an application to designate the site as an asset of community value. Members, this application will be considered under a separate legal process and should not impair your ability to determine the application before you, and it is not a relevant consideration in planning terms. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Let's move on to item 6 then, the application, the reordering, demolition in part and construction of new building elements of the Oasis Leisure Center, including the associated site clearance, engineering works, the Oasis Leisure Center, Hawksworth Way, Swindon in Rodwald Cheney Ward. We will start with the planning officer, Mr. Buxton, who will put the planning case for us. So I'd invite Tom, to our Senior Principal Planning Officer, to introduce the report and give any updates as necessary. So,
thank you, Chair. By way of a general introduction to all these applications, first of all, I'd like to say tonight's committee agenda contains 4 separate applications relating to the Oasis, these being 1, a full application for works and extensions to the buildings, including the creation of new muggers as well as the removal of the sports hall, 2, a related listed building consent application for internal and external works to the listed dome and berm, 3, an outline planning application for employment uses on land to the north of the Oasis, with all matters reserved except for access, and 4, an outline planning application for a residential development of up to 707 flats, with all matters reserved except for access on land surrounding the Oasis. Whilst each application will be considered separately in the order set out in the agenda, they all clearly relate to one another, with a combination of allowing for the clear and important focus of renovating and upgrading the Oasis to allow the pool and associated facilities to be open to the public once again and the historic building safeguarded. This is in addition to the wider redevelopment of the area to bring new employment uses and new residential community, allowing for the delivery of much needed housing on brownfield land in a very sustainable location. Since the publication of the agenda, we have received a further 34 representations of objection from the public. Whilst many of these do not quote specific application numbers to which they relate, it is clear that they are all relevant to the proposed Oasis developments in general. The majority of these representations repeat specific elements of objection and concern, as have already been made during the earlier consultation stages and already summarised in the relevant reports, with the relevant material planning considerations assessed therein also. These elements include references to traffic and parking, design, impact on canal, and loss of open space. A recurring theme and a reiterated focus within these more recent representation relates to the loss of the sports hall and the value placed on it socially, culturally, and its health benefits, plus concerns that no alternative or replacement has been considered and there being no apparent evidence of non-viability. In addition, references to a recent release of financial information regarding restoration have also been raised. Furthermore, there has also been a request for deferral due to the current application for the Oasis to become an asset of community value and the claim that the proposals have been greenlit for approval. Further recent representations raise the concern that reports are opposite opinion and the reasons for and against should be set out, as well as others making various claims about the developer. Lastly, correspondence has also been received further to the Council's issuing of committee notification cards, stating despite a representation of objection being received and logs against their address, they have not made any such representation regarding the applications, claiming fraudulent activity in this regard. In summary, none of these late representations raise any new material planning considerations that impact the conclusions detailed in the agenda. As set out in the relevant reports, the applications have all been fully assessed against their relevant local and national policy and have taken into consideration all material planning issues, including those raised by consultees, members of the public and interested parties. The relevant required balancing exercise has been set out in each report, and whilst recognising there are some negatives brought about by the proposals, these would be clearly outweighed by the great benefit allowing for the much-loved Oasis pool to be renovated and brought back into use, in addition to the provision of a substantial amount of new housing, delivery of such being one of the government's key objectives. Now turning to item 6, the first of the Oasis applications on the agenda. This application seeks full planning permission for alterations and extensions to the Oasis. The proposed works include adding an additional storey to the link/entrance building and the recladding of it, as well as an extension to the western side to create a new customer entrance. It is also proposed that the existing ramped access be removed, ground-mounted solar panels be installed to the rear of the building, the sports hall be demolished, and that 2 new muggers are formed, plus reconfiguration of the car parking area. It is recommended that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the necessary planning obligations set out in the report and the conditions as detailed in Appendix 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move on to representations, and I'm going to start with inviting any ward councillors present to speak. I have 2 ward councillors present if they wish to speak on item 6 of the agenda. Not on this one. So Councillor Nukama, if you would like to speak on this item, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak as one, altogether as one. I still remember how frequently my son would rush into Oasis, full of excitement for his swimming lessons, and how our colleagues would gather after work to enjoy games of badminton. Oasis wasn't just a leisure center. It was a cornerstone of our community. It was where friendships were built over coffee, where we found time for fitness, and where countless get-togethers brought us closer together. It held a special place in our lives. The announcement of its closure was deeply personal for many parents and families. There was a shared hope that it might one day reopen and continue to serve future generations. Sadly, that hope was short-lived, when the news came that the site would instead be used for housing and other developments. It felt like the heart of the community had been overlooked. Despite the efforts of many who raised their voices, it seemed the views of those who cherished Oasis were not fully heard. What was once a vibrant, welcoming space has now become unrecognizable, overgrown, and neglected, a stark contrast to the memories we hold so dearly. For many of us, Oasis was more than a building. It was always be an asset of huge community value, even if the decision makers do not agree. It was part of our everyday lives for generations, and its loss continues to be felt deeply across Swindon and beyond. We can do better for Swindon and the Oasis than getting rid of the sports hall and ripping the heart out of the centre's viability. We cannot approve the first plan that comes before us, even after so many consultations, to sell the land so that Seven Capital can build 700 flats surrounding the Oasis and open a smaller splash park version of the Oasis in the shadow of tower blocks. When they are built, we won't even be able to see our familiar dome. It is hard to see what we will have to celebrate on the 50th anniversary of this icon next year, and that makes me both sad and angry. Please do right thing and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask now for the applicant, Steve Hanley. Are you here? Thank you. You have 5 minutes in which to speak. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the members of the Planning Committee for this opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, the MD of Seven Capital, Damien Sivers, can't be here this evening, but he's asked me to read the following statement on his behalf. Oh, sorry, yeah. Is that better? Is that okay? So I wish to convey our thanks to all of the officers of the Council for the comprehensive and professional work, and we obviously agree with the recommendation for approval. I'd like to take this opportunity to draw your attention to the positive engagement arising from the public consultation and subsequent review of the original planning application. Seven Capital have looked to respond positively to the feedback received where possible. During the public consultation, attendees made a clear argument for changing the proposed occupier plans for the pool and for the wave machine. In light of the feedback received, we've amended the proposals to reinstate the wave machine and to retain the quality of the wave. The scheme has also retained the beach shape to the pool, and it's also improved the lane swimming features. We've also looked to enhance the urban and landscape settings, including safeguarding areas that provide alternative forms of open space. These include safeguarded areas beyond the future canal route. The parameter plans offer the ability to ensure the quality of the future amenity enjoyed by existing and future residents, as well as employees of the proposed employment. The location of the proposed residential element and the employment site are seeking outline planning approval only, meaning that the planning authority will receive further reserved matters applications in a phased manner, which will allow you to consider in detail the character and setting of the applications, including matters such as highways and the ability to harvest excess heat and enhance the eco setting of the Oasis Leisure Center and minimise its running costs. In summary, we've worked closely and positively with the Council's officers and have taken on board comments received during the public consultation process and believe that this engagement has brought about positive changes to the scheme. And we hope you can support your officers in their recommendation for approval. It's been a challenging scheme thus far, but with a collaborative approach, we are now nearing a position where we can bring back to life Oasis for the benefit and enjoyment of the local community and of Swindon as a whole in a sustainable and accessible format, safeguarding its future for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now going to move on to speakers who object to the application. The way in which this works is that if we have more than 2 speakers, then 10 minutes is allocated between the speakers. Now, on my list, if you could identify yourself to me, I have David Norris, I have Josie Lewis, I have Bob Wright, Brian Saunders, Claire Kingston. No Claire Kingston? Okay, just take a clip up. Sorry? Oh, sorry, I couldn't see you. And Tony Crabtree. Where's Tony? Okay. So, as you have 10 minutes between you, I would like to ask that obviously you will have opportunity to speak on each agenda item because there are going to be 4. So you may not wish to use time on this one. If all 6 of you talk, Sean, how much time does each person get? If all 6 wish to speak on this item, each person gets?
Chair, it would be 1 minute 40 seconds each.
Okay, so we can recalculate that if people don't want to speak on every one of these items. But if all 6 of you would like to speak on this item, then that is how much time you'll get, and you'll be given a warning to stop speaking in time. Okay, so just indicate if you'd like to, if anybody doesn't want to speak on this one, so then we can then allocate that amount of time.
Can you clarify, regarding the closure of the indoor sports hall?
No, sorry, I'm not taking any questions on the sports hall. I'm only taking questions on public speaking. I'm afraid...
I'm one of the speakers. I want to clarify which other agenda item I could speak.
Oh, right, sorry. Could you just run through the 6?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's items 6, 7, 8 and 9. If you want to specifically speak on the closure of the sports hall, you will need to speak on the first item.
Is that okay? Does that answer your question?
It does, yes. It seems something as critical as this, we could probably stretch the time, I would have thought.
Unfortunately, we follow protocol. So did you have a question? Or...
Yes, I'm down to speak on behalf of the Canal Trust, but I haven't heard my name called yet. Okay. That's Chris Barry, I am.
We can add you to the list.
Even less time.
So, Sean? Councillor Wright?
Chair, at previous meetings, the Chair has had the powers to extend the time for speakers. You may choose not to do that, but it's within your power to extend it.
I do know that. Thank you, Mr. Wright. We have 4 agenda items. There will be 4 opportunities. And looking at the names that I've been brought forward, some of them are repeated. Thank you.
One of the speakers should be Neil Robinson, who's asked me to speak on his behalf. So that's an extra name.
Now, unfortunately, you can give his name during your speech, but as he's not in the room, I can't allocate him time. We don't have provision to allocate time to somebody who's not in the room.
That was agreed. My understanding was that was agreed with the Planning Officers Department.
You've got 2 options. The first option is that in your 1 minute 40 seconds, you can cover Neil Robinson's and your own issues. If there's an overlap, then focus on those. The other option is that you just speak on your part of it. But if you can link them together, that would be really helpful.
I want to thank the former councillor's clarification. You have the power to give more than 10 minutes. So on behalf of other speakers, I'm sure would agree, we would appeal to you to do that. If the Chief Planning Officer's clarification that we can only speak on agenda item 1, 10 minutes is clearly not enough. The Oasis has been there for 50 years. It deserves more than 10 minutes.
Sorry. Excuse me. First of all, I'm going to say that was obviously a slight misinterpretation. Each of the agenda items, 6, 7, 8, 9, there will be time allocated to speak for and against, in the same way as there is for item 6. So you may choose to, if your speech is focused on a different topic to Mr. Robinson's, you may give your speech under one of the other agenda items. But there are 4 opportunities. So we will actually have 40 minutes. So we do need to move on then. So I'm going to take it that the gentleman at the front who said he wished to speak as well. So Sean has done a recalculation. So we now have 7 people. So how much time each is that, Sean?
With 7 speakers, Chair, it'd be 1 minute, 15 seconds each.
Okay, if you give them a 1-minute warning, I think that would work. I'm going to ask the audience, the residents as well, who've come today, if you could please refrain from clapping at the end of every speech, because this is somewhat intimidating to members of the committee who are here to listen very carefully to what you say and to what the officers say and make up their mind. And therefore, it would be better if you did not clap at the end of every minute and therefore interfere with their decision making.
If they want to hear what we have to say, why don't you give us more?
Right. Okay. So I'm going to. So I'm going to move on to. I'm going to take people in the order. The gentleman who notified us that he wasn't on the list. I'm going to take him first, and then I'm going to run through the list. So if you could state your name, and then we'll let you know at 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chris Barry, and I'm representing the Wilson Barts Canal Trust. The essential point, in a few seconds, is that the canal line in this latest design is sitting on top of a 1.8 metre diameter sewer. And that's because the sewer runs under the current cycleway. So it would be not a good idea to build a canal on top of it. The only place it could go is between the cycleway and the Oasis site. Though that would mean intruding into there, it would be as near as possible to the original line, but within the green space proposed in Severn Capital's current plans, which have taken a big step towards what the canal needs. How am I doing? So reluctantly, we feel we must maintain our objection.
30 seconds, Chair.
Thank you. If, however, the schemes are consented at this stage, we ask for an informative to be added to the decision notice saying that the Council expects any reserved matters application to be designed to ensure the protection of the canal route in such a way that the canal does not sit on top of the sewer line. And just finally, we've no wish to stand in the way of progress in Swindon. We're not doing this from self-interest. It's in Swindon's interest to have a canal with all the benefits it brings.
Very much. Thank you for your cooperation. Josie Lewis, please. The button. Thank you.
Oh,
and lean forward. That'd be great. The timer start once you start speaking. It would be better if you were, because you'd be able to then go online. I'll do you at the end if you'd like to come down now. The gentleman at the end will direct you. Thank you, Josie.
So I'm switched on. Yeah, Josie Lewis, so born in Swindon, seen a lot of changes. You know, we all know the strong feel of keeping the Oasis. We don't need houses here. You're having 5,000 homes in the town centre, apparently an 8,000 population accommodated in a large building. There's no reason why you can't keep the hall. It makes more sense to keep the hall rather than spending money knocking it down. The open space at the back is on your own open space audit 2014, which is the latest audit that the council has, so it's the up-to-date one. And that puts the land at the back in trust for the use of the public. So therefore, even if it was sold, that trust would still remain. Thank you.
Very much for your contribution. Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Chair. The local plan states this is a regional leisure centre. That's the primary guidance for this committee tonight, the local plan. I distinctly heard the officers say there are financial benefits that outweigh the negative impact. I object to this removal of the hall because under the National Planning Policy Framework, it needs to be judged against the local plan. That is Policy 51. That's your reason tonight to reject the application. If you need a reason to go and see the planning inspectorate, that will stand up. When you go to see the planning inspectorate, you can say that Sports England also had a similar concern. You cannot have a regional centre with the largest venue in Wiltshire being removed in order to accommodate changes on that site which accommodate housing. You are removing the regional centre. That will be the decision tonight. A better Swindon doesn't go backwards in order to go forwards. 1,500 new theatre, 1,500 in the Mecca.
Time, Chair.
3,000 is what you're losing.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to Brian Saunders.
Hi, my name is Brian Saunders. I'm representing Swindon Pickleball Club, who are strongly opposed to the proposed demolition of the indoor sports hall. This is about more than just one building. It's about the kind of town we want Swindon to be, not just now, but for generations to come. The Planning Committee has a clear duty to serve the people of Swindon, to protect vital public assets and prioritise the health, well-being and future of our community over the commercial interests of Severn Capital. Since we introduced pickleball in Swindon just 2 years ago, we've grown to over 500 players in Swindon. In addition, we've introduced pickleball into 7 different schools, which means that around 1,000 people of all ages and backgrounds have played this sport in the last 12 months. Pickleball is booming, not just here but across the country. But we're still struggling to find suitable indoor venues. The Oasis Sports Hall could be a game changer for us. With the right investment, it could provide dedicated, purpose-built pickleball courts, which happen to be the same size as a badminton court. This would give us a proper home and allow us to welcome even more players of all ages, backgrounds and abilities. To everyone on the Planning Committee, we urge you, reject this proposal. The Oasis Sports Hall must not only be retained, but it must be modernised to attract people across the region. Let's make it something that we can all be proud of. That will be your legacy.
Lovely, thank you. So, Claire Kingston, thank you for coming downstairs. Have you got the speaker? Does it come up right? Okay, so over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I've just been watching Emmanuel Macron in the House of Parliament, and he said about letting the young people enjoy the pleasures that we enjoyed, not being deprived of them. And I think this is what is deleting the Oasis, and it will delete over time, because the hall funds the pool, and you could put solar panels all over the hall, and that would, and perhaps a windmill. I've seen that at Glastonbury one year, 95. And we had a lovely time with sports, and we were very fit. When I first came to Swindon in '88, with Carrefour, which is a French firm, was where Asda was, and Carrefour means crossroads. And we're at a crossroads.
30 seconds, Chair.
Either we go forwards, or we go to a really nasty place where the rich places like Cirencester, Bath have everything invested in bustling towns. And this is the same situation of division that led to World War II. Where Streeting wants health, including obesity, are tackled, so we need full sports halls. We need, and the military upgrade is happening across NATO, so we need a good facilities to get young people fit and ready just in case. This is about defence, and the way are very important for the Navy, because I think that would train people to deal with sea situations. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to move on to Tony Crabtree.
Hello, I'm Tony Crabtree. I live in Shrivenham. I'm concerned with the effect of the boundary, like Mr Barry was, on the restoration of the Wilson Berks Canal. In Shrivenham, the canal's being restored eastwards through Oxfordshire and westwards towards Swindon. And I believe the diversion around Swindon is through the eastern villages assured. I can even see a bridge in the middle of a field by the A419 waiting to be joined up, and I look forward to cruising through. I recently visited Witchelstowe, at the western end of that diversion, where the developers have built the canal as part of the development, I believe, and secured much higher prices for the houses on that frontage. I also walked the canal around Malden Hill, saw a lovely new bridge under the Purton Road, ready for the restored canal going
30
towards.
seconds, Chair.
It really needs to be joined up, and the section through the Oasis boundary is critical. I believe everyone is agreed in principle, but practically the actual proposal doesn't quite work. It would be so good to use the Witchelstowe as an example and grasp the opportunity to build the restored canal at the same time while all the plant is there. No need for space for construction or the subsequent disruption. Lovely water frontage will be there ready and waiting when people come. Sounds like a win-win to me.
Time, Chair.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr Crabtree. Right, moving on to number 6, we have a space
Sorry,
for parish.
one more speaker.
Did I miss it? Can you state your name, please?
David Norris, and I'm speaking on behalf of
Thank
Neil
you.
Robinson as well as myself.
Okay.
First of all, just to acknowledge and respond to the CEO of Severn Capital, thank you for giving us our original design and wave machine back. Just to remind you, it wasn't yours to take away in the first place. From Neil Robinson, a summary of his remarks. If tonight's plans go through, the Oasis will be less than half of its current footprint. The plans breach policy SC1 and CM2 of the local plan, as the former councillor has already highlighted. Once the hall is gone, it's gone. The Oasis is a cultural institution, much loved. It must be saved, the Oasis, as the whole leisure centre, not just the poolside. Some might say we can have the pool, but not the hall. But I say, planning committee, you can have it all, but how much do you want it? Some might say it can't be done, but planning committee,
seconds, Chair.
I think you're the same as me, and we see things they'll never see. Planning committee, you have a unique opportunity to save our Oasis Hall. Only you can do this. If you do, you're going to live forever in local history. My own remarks, we've been given 7 different reasons from the council why the hall must be demolished. Each of them have been proven untrue. The policy has always been to demolish the hall. The reason has kept on changing. When someone keeps changing their story, never acknowledging, never apologising, never backing up its own assertions with evidence, we can't know the truth. We can only know that it's different from what they're telling us.
Thank you very much. I'm going to leave it there. Your time is up. I'm going to move on to number 6, which is parish councillors. This is a parish of Central North Swindon Parish, but I think parish council is going to reserve the right to speak elsewhere on this. So I will now move on to spot for cabinet and shadow cabinet members. So I'm going to call on Councillor Kevin Small first, if he could introduce himself and his position.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Kevin Small, lead member for finance and responsible for the property deal between Swindon Borough Council and Severn Capital. The Planning Committee this evening have to look at certain questions, and they are: will this application provide a quality leisure facility, even though it's wet side only? And the answer is yes. Does the application preserve the listed elements of the existing buildings? The answer to that is also yes. Is the lack of a sports hall a planning consideration? The answer is no. The proposals before the committee tonight is the only viable option to protect the building's listed status. Yes, again. Swindon Borough Council has consulted the Severn Capital, potential operators and independent consultants on the viability of a sports hall. As I said in Cabinet on many occasions, I would not be standing here this evening or in Cabinet proposing that we don't have a sports hall for the Oasis if I thought a sports hall was achievable. Because if it was achievable, I wouldn't be wanting to take the hassle of all the abuse I've got for not providing one. The evidence is quite clear that a sports hall is not viable, and that is why this application in front of us this evening does not have a sports hall on it. But it is irrelevant, Chair, to the considerations in front of you this evening. The application you have, is it a legitimate planning application? The answer is yes. Does the planning application have to have a replacement sports hall to make it a viable application? The answer is no, it does not. So therefore, members are right to consider this application this evening, whether or not it has a sports hall. Let us also look at the fact that people are on about protecting the Oasis. Well, I remember the Oasis in 1976, and I remember the Oasis in 2020 when it closed. And the 2020 version is not the same as the 1976 version. There's no diving pool. The original slides are not there. There's a far more complicated and daredevil slides there now than there was in 1976. The Oasis have changed. The Oasis have evolved. Some of the sports offered on the dry side are no longer available. Also, sporting, for people's want for sport has changed in the sense of what different sports they want. As the gentleman said, the pickleball, I do apologise. Pickleball is an up-and-coming sport, and I know we've been looking at our own parish at trying to find some facilities, but they're new sports. They're not the same sports as what were provided by the Oasis in the past. And some of the options available in the rest of the town can also take up those positions which are going to be lost with the sports hall. So, if we get the new entertainment venue in the centre of town, will that become the venue for watching, having live entertainment acts for this town? So they're the things which will be the future for Swindon and will provide a lot of the things people are saying the Oasis providing before us. Chair, and one final thing I wanted to say is the issue of community asset community value. Yes, it's been turned down twice, and I believe the third application is going in. Again, that is irrelevant to tonight's considerations, because anybody can put a planning application on land, whether they own it or not. So therefore, the consideration is still taken irrespective of ownership or potential ownership in the future. This is the only option in town. If people want an Oasis in the future, which is going to provide for the people of Swindon, which will actually open and remain open, then the application in front of you this evening is the only one available, the only one that can make viable, and the only one which will Swindon future Oasis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Could I just point out that I need to read out if a member of the public interrupts the proceedings at any meeting of the council, I shall give them a warning. If it continues, they will be asked to leave. There is a procedure to go through of an order in which people speak, an amount of time in which they speak, and they will be given their time to speak without interruption and without pressure. Thank you very much. So if you'd like to speak again, I suggest you wait until the next agenda item when there will be space for public. Is that all right? Thank you very much for your cooperation. It's very helpful. So the next person I have to speak is Councillor Strinkowski.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor Marina Strinkowski. I'm Cabinet Member for Placemaking and Planning, and I have leisure as part of my portfolio responsibilities. And it's in that capacity that I want to speak on the Oasis. As the committee members may well be aware, Swindon suffers from what experts call a severe water deficit. We don't have enough pools for the people that need to learn how to swim and for the people who need to exercise in the town. The pools at the Link Centre and at Morden valiantly try to meet the need, but it's just not enough, and children in Swindon are not learning to swim at the recommended rate. We're working at pace to reopen the main pool at the Health Hydro on Milton Road, but even when that opens, the amount of pool space per resident will not meet the desired level. It's therefore imperative that this beloved wet leisure facility is brought back into use as soon as possible, and that we do not stand in the way of the first, as Councillor Small said, viable proposal to do so that the town has seen in years, if ever. Of course, the Oasis is more than just a pool. It's an exciting adventure playground, figures largely in the memories of generations of people, not just from Swindon, but from areas far and wide, as far as Oxford and Bath. The iconic dome is rightly protected by listing, and the application before the committee tonight helps preserve and enhance that legacy. The restoration of a structure like the dome is bespoke, it's challenging, and it's expensive, and it should not escape the committee's members' attention that the proposals before them this evening achieve that at cost. This, again, is not something that we have had opportunities to do before and may not have another one again. The preservation of the dome is what will help us introduce new generations to the pleasure of the slides, of the wave machine, of the pool. The Oasis can then assume its role as Swindon's main strategic leisure facility again. The town deserves this, and the residents deserve it. And this is the first time in a long, long time that a realistic prospect of reviving that facility has been before us. It's fair and right to acknowledge that a refurbished Oasis will not be the same as its familiar and much-loved old self. The sports hall is proposed to be demolished, and changes are being planned for the internal pool area, although it's important to acknowledge that the footprint is not halved, because a lot of that footprint is going to be filled by new facilities such as a bowling alley, a cafe, and a gym and other options. I didn't mock anybody when they were speaking. I would appreciate if you afforded me the same respect. I genuinely empathize with the sense of loss that residents who've had memorable and cherished experiences in these spaces will feel in the face of these alterations. And I also feel that if the Oasis is to reopen at all, if those memories are to be honoured by the opportunity for today's young people to make their own new memories in the pool and on the slides and on the side and in the mugga and in the bowling alley, then we owe it to ourselves as a community to do the right thing rather than keep holding out for the perfect thing, delaying any possibility and preventing the refurbishment of the leisure centre altogether. A revitalised Oasis surrounding by a bustling residential neighbourhood and within easy walking distance from New College, the town centre and the major transport hubs of Fleming Way and the railway station will act as an anchor for community and wellbeing activity and will help anchor the ambitious Heart of Swindon regeneration vision. It will benefit the whole town. It is more than a pool. It is more than a sports hall. The reopened Oasis will not only bring enormous health and well-being benefits to the community, especially children, but will also provide a sense of place and bring a long-neglected part of the town back to life. I urge committee members to treat this opportunity with the gravity it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move on to the members-only discussion. It's an opportunity for the members of the Planning Committee, so for everybody... Oh, sorry, Councillor. I wasn't notified that you were also speaking on agenda item 6, but that's fine if you wish to.
Apologies, Chair. I thought that notification had been submitted. Yeah, I would like to speak briefly in support of the proposals in front of the committee tonight. A reopened and updated Oasis with a refreshed wet side is absolutely critical to so much of what we are trying to do to improve Swindon. Residents have impressed upon us the importance of improving our town centre and of restoring pride in our town. We need to give people a reason to visit Swindon, and this planning application does just that. A refurbished Oasis contributes to our 3 missions: a better, greener and fairer Swindon. It brings an unused building back into use and restores the iconic dome. It promotes sport, health and leisure activity and enables access for all. Crucially, it will also help raise land values in the town centre, which will have a catalytic impact on inward investment. It will provide a sense of purpose and excitement to bring people into the town centre. Now, I know that the dome and the pool are talismanic and a source of nostalgia and fond memories for those of us who grew up in Swindon. But what's really surprised me, however, it has been conversations with our younger residents, those not old enough to vote yet, whose voices aren't often heard in debate. What surprised me is how important reopening the Oasis and being able to use the pool again is to those young people. The proposals before you tonight represent the culmination of several years' work by Severn Capital, which was started under the previous administration and has been progressed since. Now, I think that everyone in the room this evening wants to see the Oasis reopened, but also everyone in Swindon wants to see the Oasis reopened. The proposals in front of you here tonight enable that to happen. And indeed, given the situation that we all inherited and the current circumstances facing the council, they are probably the only way the Oasis can be reopened. They are the only proposals that the local planning authority has to consider, and the leader and I are absolutely supportive of them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bushell. Okay, I'm going to now move on to item 9, the members-only discussion, including questions to officers. I hope you don't mind me reminding you that this is the item that is the reordering, demolition in part, construction of the new building element of the Oasis Leisure Center, with associated site clearance and engineering works. Other issues will come up under other agenda items, so I'd appreciate if we stick to these topics. So do I have anybody wishing to open the discussion? So I've got 3 hands up, so I'm going to start with Councillor Courtcliffe.
Just before we get into the nub of the debate, there was a statement that the loss of the sports hall isn't material planning consideration, but there are local plan policy documents and also NPPF paragraphs relating to leisure facilities. So please can you clarify that the loss of the sports hall is a material planning consideration that needs to be assessed?
Okay, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Policy CM4 of the local plan deals with community facilities and the proposals for and maintaining and enhancing community facilities. Within that policy, there's a list of what are included with the community facilities, and that includes leisure facilities. So there's an element, obviously the sports hall does fall within a leisure-based category. Falls within the policy CM4.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. I note on page 38 there's reference to biodiversity net gain, which obviously features on many planning applications. And I think there's reference there to, I think the actual terms used are off-site habitat bank. I just wondered if it was possible to condition that any biodiversity net gain is, whilst I'm happy to see biodiversity improved in Wiltshire and Oxfordshire and all around us, that's accessible to people from Swindon, I think I'd like to see it focused on being spent within Swindon. So I just wondered if it was possible to condition that any monies from biodiversity net gain are actually spent within our town.
Can I ask a Chief Planning Officer to answer that?
We can certainly condition that as a first option, it should be spent within Swindon. But if there's specific aspects and there aren't any suitable sites in Swindon, then we would probably look in the local area, but beyond the boundary. But we can certainly add in that as a first consideration, they should be spent within the borough.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Could Tom confirm the number of parking spaces that the Oasis had prior to its closure compared to the number of parking spaces in this application, please?
Yep, just bear with me a second. Sorry. At present, the current level, including the disabled bays, is approximately 280 spaces.
Okay, so my question would be, in terms of the sustainability of the...
Councillor Sumner, sorry, could you get a bit closer? Because I think the sending out publicly is making these very quiet and we can't quite hear you at the front.
No, absolutely. So in terms of the parking which is allocated within this application, it's a substantial reduction, and yet we're talking about a regional leisure destination. We're talking about attracting people to come and use this facility from outside Swindon. Yeah, as a parent who took their children to the Oasis when it was open, it was always pile into the car because you've got swimming bits and pieces with you. It wasn't a thought about going on the bus or going on a train to take your children to swimming. So I'm concerned that the reduction in parking is going to lead to a problem with the viability of a refurbished Oasis, and I passionately would like to see the Oasis reopened and refurbished, but what I don't want to see is that the operator is disadvantaged from day one by the fact that they have insufficient parking. There's going to be development around here which is going to provide less parking, and in addition we have no town centre parking which is close to this site. So that's one point. If I could get an answer on that, I have a couple of others to come back to.
Okay, I'm going to ask our Principal Transport Manager, Jerry, to come in on that one.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had concerns myself as to whether the parking levels are adequate. We have nothing within the adopted parking standards that deal with this. So I asked the applicant to justify the level of provision. They have done that on the basis of the capacity of the facility. Apparently, you can't have more than 500 people in the dome at any one time. On the basis then of mode split, how many people will come by car, what the group sizes in the cars will be, they have demonstrated that the 265 or 245 spaces are actually sufficient.
Thank you. It also mentions in the report that the parking, cycle parking is inadequate.
I believe it is, yes, hence the condition that a proper cycle parking strategy is offered.
Okay, and then turning to the loss of the sports hall, references to a sort of somewhat mythical town centre entertainment venue, which isn't part of existing policy. It's in a vision document. There is no planning application. There is no funding for this. So that shouldn't really be relevant as an alternative to an existing sports hall. That's a factual point. You cannot use something which doesn't exist and may never exist as a reference to why it's okay to lose the sports hall.
Yeah, can I just clarify a couple of points and further to what Jerry said in terms of the parking, just further to what Jerry said. So there's 280 spaces now with 245 spaces proposed. So that's a difference of 35. But obviously, as we all know, we're all fully aware that the scheme proposes to lose the sports hall. So there is a lesser demand from that point of view. And as Jerry pointed out, that we're satisfied there's enough space to be able to provide sufficient cycle parking. Hence why we've imposed a condition. If you just bear with me, turning to your point, I think you're referring to the
8.72.
8.72. Thank you. Yes, there's reference made to the possibility of a purpose-built entertainment arena coming forward in the Swindon, the Heart of Swindon document. It's appreciated. That's by no means a confirmed element. You're right. There's no planning application for that. It is something that will hopefully come forward in the future. But as it stands, that isn't a planning application or a firm proposal. Just adding to that. Bear with me a second. Thank you. That's all I've got to add at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So it's really just, I guess, reminding colleagues that doesn't count as a serious reason why you could lose a sports hall having something which has no basis in fact at this moment in time. My final question on this was, Sports England highlight the importance of carrying out a facilities planning modelling, which is not available to the committee. There are a couple of brief references within the report to it, but nothing in detail. This is 8.74. This is with reference to the loss of the sports hall.
In response to that, Councillor Sumner, thank you. Yes, that's correct. So the new local plan requires various reports, and one of them is the facilities planning model, which is draft format at the moment. That modelling assessment looks at opportunities for future demand in the new local plan. It looks at various options. One of the options includes the provision of sports facilities elsewhere in the borough, including at the New Eastern Villages and within central Swindon. Now, neither of those, because of the documents in draft, neither of those are confirmed as it stands. However, those are options. The document does recognise as well that at the moment the Oasis Sports Hall is not open and operational.
Thank you.
Chair.
And just a final thing again, with regard to the Canal Trust's comments, I would concur that obviously this is going to stretch through all 4 of the applications this evening, but the fact is that provision for the canal route, which is protected in local plan policy, has not been made sufficiently, because you would also lose the Western Flyer at the same time if that was provided. So that should be considered, and if it's not been properly formed within the application, then it should be delegated to officers to find that route for the canal that's protected, as well as the Western Flyer, and in a practical sense, as was mentioned, if there's a sewer underneath it, then it's not a suitable alternative.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, and just in response to that, I don't know how we want to do this, because this application doesn't, the boundary of this application doesn't come near the canal route. I don't know whether we want to cover that under the later applications would make more sense, I think. Yeah.
We could put it under the other agenda item. I have Councillor Cutcliffe.
I have a number of questions, both on...
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you because I think I had Councillor Chandler first.
Of course.
So if you would like to allow him to ask first, sorry.
It's very kind of you, Councillor Cutcliffe. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start with the sports hall as well. Fortunately, Councillor Sumner has kind of addressed one of my points. I think it's very clear that if we can establish the loss of the sports hall is a loss of an amenity, and certainly no one seems to be debating that the Oasis will have fewer activities when it is built under this scheme as opposed to what it previously had. I think certainly local plan policy does reflect that it's a loss of amenity and would be a material consideration. My question to officers in that regard then is, what concessions has the council achieved for this loss of amenity, and exactly how that will compensate for the lack of a sports hall? Thank you. I do have a follow-up after that.
Thank you, Chair. In response, the loss of the sports hall is acknowledged. The proposals as set out in this application and other applications before us on the agenda tonight do propose other areas of open space and leisure. This application proposes 2 muggers. Other application proposed play space. And I appreciate that those are different to a sports hall, but nonetheless, there is the provision of further play space and leisure-based activity.
I don't truly feel that answers the question. The Oasis, under the old scheme, had squash courts, soft play, space for arcades. It obviously had the pool and the sports hall. The sports hall itself had many uses. My question is, with the loss of the sports hall and all the potential activities that come with that, we've had a couple of representatives tonight refer to potential new ones. How has the council gone about mitigating that loss of amenity through this particular design?
Thank you, Chair. I refer back to the comments made earlier in relation to the local planning authority working towards the new local plan and the various reports and testing that need to go into that, and the facilities facilities planning modelling that goes into that. And whilst that is still at draft stage, it nonetheless looks at a number of options, and that's looking at future predicted growth in the borough in terms of ensuring there's sufficient capacity for all number of sporting activities, but including indoor sports. There's that document runs a number of different models, a number of different options. And as I said, one of those scenarios is that the Oasis does not provide an indoor sports facility, but instead there's the delivery in the New Eastern Villages or within the central area. I think I'm just referring to my in the committee report here. Due to the early stage of local plan production, the detail of preferred sports hall provision is to be set through the developing local plan policy. The Oasis Sports Hall does not form part of the existing provision, is not open for use and hasn't been for some time. Conversely, the draft facilities planning modelling on swimming pool needs shows the option to refurbish the Oasis swimming pool will help to meet future demands.
My follow-up is, to what extent has the council researched a bowling alley as an alternative to the sports hall as a regional attraction? What evidence is there through the council's planning department that a bowling alley would attract visitors from, say, outside of town? Regional, I think we'd have to be talking within an hour's drive.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I don't think there's any claim that the bowling alley will constitute a regional leisure facility. It's nonetheless part of the wider package of the pool and the other elements that come forward. I think it's important to stress, though, that it has to be acknowledged that the proposals do result in the loss of the sports hall, but nonetheless, that's an element that goes into the required planning balancing exercise, and we have to remember what this scheme does deliver in terms of bringing the Oasis, the wet side, the pool back into use, and that's one of those elements that's part of the planning balance.
The final question was similar to Councillor Sumner's, cuts across all four, so I'll ask it now. In terms of how the items have been presented tonight, are we to understand that's part of the planned phasing? I read the report and I'm still not clear on that point. What part of the development is going to take place first, and at what point, after the leisure facilities presumably have been delivered, will the 700 to 1,400 properties be built?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the four applications on the agenda, this application we're considering now and the listed building consent obviously are directly linked. The planning application and the listed building both come hand in hand with each other. So those will come forward first, the renovation and reopening the Oasis. The conditions set out in the agenda, again, we're sort of cutting across various reports here, but the conditions set out in the agenda make restrictions in terms of what can come forward at what stage, so that we have comfort and safeguarding that we'll get the delivery of the Oasis. And those conditions will come on, I'm sure, to discuss those as part of the later applications, but there is safeguarding in place in terms of those conditions which don't allow, for example, the commencement of the flats, the residential scheme, to begin prior to the Oasis being brought back into use.
Chair, can I help to clarify, just to answer the Councillor's question? Just to say the land cannot be transferred to the developer until the Oasis is open. That's part of the contractual agreement. So the developer will not own the land until the Oasis is open.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Chandler? I'm going to go to Councillor Courtcliffe.
Thank you, Chair. I have multiple questions to ask, but also it's not just a sports hall. It was and can continue to be a leisure venue. Had a standing capacity of 3,000, a seated capacity of 1,620. It hosted music events, it hosted boxing nights, it hosted elections. Myself, and I'm sure many of you were first elected and maybe re-elected in that hall. It's not purely just a sports hall, it is a leisure facility. But I've got a number of questions. I'll go through the local planning policy items first and then through the NPPF items. So within the local plan, part 3 covers sustainable development. The key issues under social and environmental. Under social, we have encouraging healthy and active lifestyles and providing social and community and infrastructure facilities. And under environmental, we have protection, conservation, enhancement of assets, built and natural. Obviously, knocking a building down doesn't conserve the asset. But also, policy SD1, sustainable development principles, promote healthy, safe and inclusive communities. How does ridding ourselves of a key central sports facility promote a healthy community?
I think that was a question. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll go through them one by one.
Thank you, Chair. So just referring to the elements that were raised there in terms of the social and policy and the social element and SD1 in terms of healthy communities, encouraging healthy lifestyles. And that's covered in the officer report in terms of, it's acknowledged again that the loss of the sports hall will result in the loss of an indoor sports facility. That can't be argued against that. But nonetheless, the application proposes additional leisure in terms of the muggers. It also, great weight is given to the fact that the pool has been reopened, and again bringing the opportunity for people to benefit from healthy lifestyle through being able to swim and use the pool again. Again, we'll come on to these other applications, but the other applications before us on the agenda also include further areas of open space and play space, which also fit that category of healthy and safe lifestyles.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the application has been somewhat disingenuously split in two, because whilst 2 new multi-use games areas will be delivered, 4 existing outdoor football pitches will disappear. The local plan policy SC1, section C, states the Oasis will be redeveloped and expanded. How is this application to demolish the sports hall compatible with that policy?
Thank you, Chair. Returning back to policy SC1, I think as was touched upon earlier by one of the other speakers, the policy SC1 includes the North Star site, stating that stating that there's a preference for a regional leisure facility. I think as set out in the reports, it's acknowledged now that the regional facility, in terms of what was previously proposed in terms of the previously approved snow dome, is not coming forward. Nonetheless, it's still a leisure facility, and importantly, this application and the others on the agenda will allow for this leisure facility, albeit in reduced capacity, but nonetheless will bring about a key element of it in terms of the swimming pool and associated facilities. Sorry, Councillor Corliff, what was the rest of your question?
How is it compatible with expanding the Oasis when we're talking about demolishing it? Part of it.
Sorry. How is it compatible? Do you say? Yeah. Well, I think for what I just said, hopefully goes some way to answer that question.
Because I go back to what I said. It's not just a sports hall. It could host gigs of 3,000 people, and one could argue that is a regionally significant venue, and some fairly big bands have played there over the years. Central Area Action Plan policy CAAP 17 covers Clare's Factory and Oasis Leisure Centre site. Land currently comprising the Clare's Factory site and the Oasis Leisure Centre site will be safeguarded for a regional scale leisure facility. The remaining land in this area will be redeveloped as a university campus. No mention of homes or anything. Again, how is this compatible with that policy?
This policy is largely reflective of policy SC1 of the local plan in terms of the aspirations for the site. Again, it sees the delivery of a leisure facility, albeit not a regional one. I think you touched upon there in terms of the potential university campus. Again, that's the higher education provision required. Sorry, the policy requires that the higher education provision requires review after 2011 with no progress and there's of less relevance. Again, we'll come on to cover this as part of later applications, but the residential has a link to that in terms of student accommodation.
Policy CM2, Part A, active, healthy and safe lifestyles will be enabled by the provision of open space sports and leisure facilities. Section B, to meet demand, promote sporting participation and achievement, the following will be enabled by measures to increase the capacity and quality of existing sports centres. Again, how is this compatible?
I'll just refer members to paragraph 8.10 of the report, which refers to policy CM2. I'll just read part of it out in terms of CM2 promotes active, healthy and safe lifestyles. Details this will be enabled through the provision of sports and leisure facilities. Whilst it's recognised the development will result in the loss of the sports hall and 5-a-side pitches, it's important to stress that these developments will assist in allowing for the rest of the Oasis Leisure Centre to be renovated and brought back into the use, in addition to the provision of muggers, plus a new escape facility The latter part as proposed as part of the application we're just about to consider on the agenda, meaning that active and healthy lifestyles can once again be promoted with public benefit from being able to utilise these facilities in a central and sustainable location.
I appreciate the answer, Chair, but I still don't think it can meet Part B of that policy to increase the capacity and the quality of existing sports centres when this application is to demolish an existing sports centre. Moving on to the National Planning Policy Framework, Section 98 regarding providing social, recreational, cultural facilities and services, A, B, C and D, I would question again how this application to demolish the sports hall / leisure centre / gig venue can be compatible with Section 98 of the NPPF, particularly around planning positively for the provision of use of shared spaces, community facilities such as local shops, meeting places, sports venues, open space, cultural buildings, etc., and other local services to enhance the sustainability of communities and residential environments. How again, is demolishing the sports hall compatible with that?
Thank you, Chair. I can only reiterate again that that's something that needs to be weighed in the planning balance and is set out in the conclusion of this report. Again, I'm referring to MPPF paragraph 98. It's similar to sort of the local plan policy on the health and safety lifestyles and social benefits. And I'll reiterate again what I've said previously in terms of these applications allowing for the Oasis pool and associated facilities to be reopened, as well as proposals for muggers as well.
Section 103 of the NPPF, planning policy should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space, sport and recreation facilities, including quantitative or qualitative deficits or surpluses and opportunities for new provision. What robust and up-to-date assessments have been carried out to show that the Oasis Sports Hall is surplus to requirements?
Sorry, could you repeat the end of your question, please?
So, Section 103 of the NPPF, planning policy should be based on robust and up-to-date assessments of the need for open space, sport and recreation facilities, including quantitative or qualitative deficits or surpluses. What assessment is robust and up-to-date has been undertaken to demonstrate that the sports hall / recreation facility at the Oasis is surplus to requirements?
It's a moment, Councillor Courtcliffe, to answer that question.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to that question from Councillor Courtcliffe, we have to take into consideration, obviously, that the sports hall itself has been closed for a number of years and has not been in use. We have to take that into consideration. And again, that's part of a professional planning judgment. And as set out in this report, that is again something that's weighed in the planning balance.
Appreciate that, but the NPPF clearly states it should be a robust and up-to-date assessment. The fact that it may not have been open for a while, to me, doesn't meet that threshold just to say, well, obviously it's not needed. And that follows on to Section 104. Existing open space, sports and recreational buildings and land, including playing fields and formal spaces, should not be built on unless an assessment has been undertaken which has clearly shown the open space, buildings or land to be surplus to requirements, or the loss resulting from the proposed development would be replaced by equivalent or better provision in terms of quantity and quality in a suitable location, and or the development is for alternative sports and recreational provision, the benefits of which clearly outweigh the loss of the current or former use. I don't believe that any of those tests are met.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, you're referring to paragraph 104. Is that what you said, Councillor Corliff?
Yes, section 104 in its entirety.
Okay. I mean, one element of that is the open space, which I'm sure we'll come on to in as part of the other applications. I think what we're focusing now, or I understand we're focused on now, is obviously the loss of the sports hall into this application. And to reiterate one point I made in terms of talking about the robust and up-to-date assessments, in terms of we'll come on to the open space as part of the other applications, but in terms of an assessment, an up-to-date assessment of sports hall provision, again, I can only repeat what I said earlier about the new local plan and what's required in terms of what needs to feed into that to make sure that we've got adequate provision to allow for the future projected growth in the borough. As I said, that document is still in draft. It will assist in the new local plan policies and new local plan allocations. The Oasis Sports Hall at the moment is recognised. That document recognises that the Oasis Sports Hall is not open at the moment. One of the scenarios is that is included, but that's not by no means the only scenario tested. There are a number of scenarios tested, and again, I can only reiterate what I said earlier, that other opportunities are available, and the new local plan will ensure delivery of those.
Thank you, Tom, for your answers. Chair.
Can I just, sorry.
Yeah,
I have other people who'd like to ask questions.
Okay, this is me. I have nothing further to add other than I'm not satisfied that the points that I have raised have been fully addressed, and so I move that the planning permission is refused.
Could I have a seconder?
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, before we go to the vote, I would like to give Councillor Crilly the opportunity to ask a question.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask a question. I was going to propose that the application be accepted.
So we will go for Councillor Courtcliffe's proposal first. So we need a... Please. Sorry, and then we will come to Councillor Crilly. But first of all, I need a list of material planning reasons for refusal. If you could give us a list.
The loss of the sports and recreation facilities are incompatible with local plan policy SC1, local plan policy SD1, Central Area Action Plan Policy CAAP 17.
We've not got anybody taking shorthand. A little bit slower would be great.
Sorry?
We haven't got anybody taking shorthand. A little bit slower would be helpful.
Would you like me to take it from the top, Chair? So, Local Plan Policy SC1, Local Plan Policy SD1, Central Area Action Plan Policy CAAP 17, Local Plan Policy CM2, NPPF Policy, NPPF Section 98, NPPF Section 103, and NPPF Section 104.
Are those in order of priority or not?
They're in the order of the points that I made, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chandler, I need to check with you that you're happy to second that list.
Yes, I am, Chair. For the same reasons as Councillor Courtcliffe has outlined, I would give greater preference to policy SD1 of the Swindon Local Plan in my objections.
Right, I just need to Before we go to the vote, obviously we need a summary from the planning officer of the key points and his replies to all the questions. So over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, and I appreciate the comments that have been made and the recommendation that's made by Councillor Courtliff. I'd just like to reiterate, though, before it goes to the vote, that we accept, as I said in my opening, we accept that there are negatives as part of the proposals. We do accept that. Again, I'm starting to sound like a broken record. I apologise for that, but the requirement with the assessment of any application is a balancing exercise to weigh any harm against the benefits. And it's obviously our professional opinion that whilst accepting there are negatives in this case in terms of the loss of the sports hall, we believe, and my professional officer opinion is that those negatives are outweighed by the substantial benefits of the renovation and reopening of the Oasis pool, which is obviously a much loved facility in the borough, and this development will bring about that, and we as a local planning authority consider that should be given significant weight in the planning balance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now move to the vote. So what we have is that Councillor Courtliff has put forward a motion to reject the recommendation of the planning officer to agree to agenda item 6 and the planning conditions. So all those in favour of rejecting this planning application, refusing the planning application, please put your hand up. That's 3. All those who are against rejecting this planning application, please indicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you very much. So the motion has fallen, Councillor Courtliff. So I'm going to move on now to the Councillor Crilly's motion to accept. Councillor Hopkins has...
Chair, could I add my amendment that where possible a planning condition is put in that any biodiversity net gain funds as a first priority are utilised within Swindon where suitable options exist. And
right.
I'd be happy then to support Councillor Crilly's motion.
Councillor Crilly, are you happy with that change to your motion? Okay, so the motion going forward is to accept the planning proposal with the condition as set out by Councillor Hopkins. So all those in favour, please raise your hand. So that's 7 in favour. Those against, please raise your hand. 3. The motion is carried. So permission to grant this application has been given. So we will be moving on to the next agenda item, but I appreciate it's been going on for a while. So I'm going to give members of the committee a 5-minute break, and any members of the public who wish to not stay for the next 3 agenda items, now would be a time to leave. Could I ask members of the public not to engage or talk to members of the committee until we finish the whole meeting? Thank you. Lee and everybody else in the room. We're going to move on to agenda item 7, which is the reordering. No, it's yeah, we're doing agenda item 8. Sorry. So we're on agenda item 8. Agenda item 7 was the first one. So 8, outline application. Hang on.
No, you're on 7.
I was on 7. You confused. We confused each other. Okay. It's going to be a long evening. Right. Sorry, everybody. Agenda item 7. If everybody can find that. So, I'm going to start by asking Tom Buxton to go through this application, the reordering, demolition in part and construction of new building elements, including the associated site clearance and engineering works at the Oasis Leisure Center, Hawksworth Way, Swindon, Rodbourne, Cheney Ward. Cheney, I knew you were going to say that, pages 85 to 112. So, Tom, if I could pass over to you to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. Could we have the presentation, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This application part accompanies the planning application just considered by members and seeks listed building consent for various internal and external works, which include the recladding of the dome in ETFE cushions, external maintenance repair, removal of internal flumes and support tower, removal of drop slides and partial filling in of deep end, restoration and relocation of lifeguard station, alterations to murals, reconfiguration of the smaller children's pool, and the installation of new water play equipment. The application is recommended for approval subject to conditions set out Appendix 3 of the report. To add to that, recent additional input from the Conservation Officer and Heritage Consultant has led to the recommendation to add to those conditions. It is thus proposed that under Condition 3 on page 98, a bullet point K is added requiring details of any new services and their connections, as well as a bullet point M to require details of any related investigative works to the berm. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to invite the applicant. You have Stephen Handley. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, we've nothing else to add over and above the original statement that we made. But thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to now move on to point 5, which is public speakers in objection. As we have more than 2 people wanting to speak, it's going to again be that division of 10 minutes. I'm going to go through the list again, and if you can indicate yes or no whether you'd like to speak on this item, and just be focusing on the demolition and the construction of the new building elements, please. So I'm going to start with David Norris. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I wanted to just ask a question. You asked me to delay it until a future agenda item.
Yes, so you're going to do yours now. Yeah,
okay.
That's good.
Councillor Small and his colleagues repeatedly said the sports hall was unviable.
Right, okay, we're not going to start yet. Sorry,
we're
not starting yet.
And we've said repeatedly, that's fine, please show us the evidence.
So
you keep on referring to evidence and you never show it to us.
Yeah, if you
please, would you publish it?
Sorry. Can you put that question again? I need to be clear.
Councillor Small keeps on referring, as does his colleagues, to the sports hall being unviable. He's seen evidence that it's unviable. We've repeatedly asked to see that evidence, and I'm asking for again publicly.
I understand that you have made a request to see this information, and the officers have responded to say that information is exempt from the freedom of information as it is commercially sensitive.
So how is it fair that the councillor can use that in justification for a public policy when the public is not allowed to see the evidence?
The public will be able to see the evidence once the commercial deal is concluded. But at the current time, it is not possible for the council to release that information.
But it is possible and fair at the current time for the councillor to use it in justification for demolishing the hall. Does anyone else think that's absurd, or is that just me?
Sorry, Mr. Norris, I think we have answered this question. We could argue about this all night, but in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, we have applied the correct tests, and officers have come back to you with the reasons why.
Okay, so I need to move on. So, Josie Lewis, would you like to speak again? Bob Wright, would you like to speak again? Brian Saunders? Mr. Saunders? No? Okay, that's fine. Claire Kingston, would you like to speak again? Yes. And is there anybody else I need to add to this list? No. Okay, so we have David Norris, Bob Wright and Claire Kingston speaking for, I think that's 3 1/3 minutes each, is that right? Sorry.
As chair, so it'd be 3 minutes 20 seconds each.
Okay, so you have longer this time, Mr. Norris. You have 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Nothing to say, but I'm still waiting for an answer from Councillor Small.
Right, okay, we've already responded to that question. We don't have a different
Councillor
answer.
didn't respond.
I'm afraid that we don't have questions across the room. The question is to the chair or to the chief planning officer. You'll have to email into the cabinet member if you want to discuss an issue with them or make an appointment to see them, I'm afraid. But we don't have discussions across the chamber as such on issues. So, Mr. Norris, would you like to speak on this item?
Thanks, I did my best.
Okay, so Bob, if you'd like to speak on the item.
Yeah, this might sound contradictory. I'm in support of Severn Capital developing the area. What I'm not in favour of is the design and the way they've gone about it, because unlike the planning officers who feel that losing facilities and changing things is the only way of delivering the outcome we're seeking, it is not the only game in town. The council is using a different method altogether for another swimming pool complex, and that is worked on developing the dry side. It's not about removing it, it's about developing. It also is the case, as we heard earlier on, that when we talk about the Oasis, we ought to talk about the overflow car park in conjunction with the actual swimming pool, because so many people attend there as a regional destination, which I hope it will get back to that standard again, that overflow car park had to be used. But listening to what I heard tonight, the removal of one building will actually then lead to a lower demand. Can it seriously be the business case for a regional leisure centre to reduce the number of people going there, lose the opportunity to actually make money from the pool, and therefore drive down the number of people using the car park? Therefore, it justifies the changes that have been outlined. It's nowhere near any business case I've heard before, but that's what I heard tonight. The planning committee itself should not be considering applications based solely on the potential financial gain. But that's what you're being asked to consider tonight in order to make your decisions. The recommendation should be based on established planning policies and material considerations, not on financial benefits alone. They might accrue for the developer, and I hope they do. I want the developer to be successful, and I do want a re-established Oasis. But the waiting tonight and the changes that are being asked for are, in my opinion, not a good design, not a good use of the area, and we could have had a far superior application. Housing on the site that is currently the overflow car park would have been far more sensible. But we're going to have 2 factory units. When we've got an abundance and we're close to the new local plans figures already, we've got spare units. Panettone, Genie Manor, we do not need 2 extra units. That would have been ideal for housing, because if they're not going to put in a snow dome, which was promised, then why doesn't the housing go there? The planning officer stated...
30 seconds, Chair.
The weighting of this application has been done. I'm a resident of the area. The weighting for me means people who can't park around the Oasis will be parking in the side streets. We will get the impact. The local councillors know that. They've been talking about this for years, that we get impacted by people going to town and going to the Oasis. And this scheme reduces that need for car parking. That does not make sense.
Thank you very much. That is the time up. So I'm going to move on to Claire Kingston. As we only have 2 people speaking, it's 2.5 minutes. So over to you. Thank you, Claire. Could you pop your mic on so people online can hear you? It connects to people at home.
Yeah, we're on. Okay. Firstly, with where the 3 slides were in the reorganisation of the internal pool, that potentially could be a diving area. That water is deep. I've been in there and enjoyed that. And Bedford Better has a diving pool like an Olympic one, and also Highworth, which is a small village, has a diving pool. But with the Olympic potential of diving, with a young population, that isn't being considered to give opportunities for our young people to compete. And regarding the housing, Swindon's population has gone up by 40% since 2002 when the hospital was built. So we're more than taking our fair share of the nation's need for housing. We've got too much. 59 boroughs have had no migrants. Well, we've got 5 migrant hotels, which many of Swindon residents verbally and quietly in conversation think that this is housing is for that. The canal is a potential wildlife corridor and also a flooding assistance, because if there was flooding in the centre of town, which if it's been paved over, that's highly likely, the water can be dissipated out of the area down to the River Ray and onto the Thames as the need may well require at some point in time, we'd never know. And also wildlife does need to be existence in the centre of town because it reduces stress. I've noticed police sirens increasingly recently and trouble. And people need indoor places in the rain. It rains in this country. It gets dark in winter in this country. So having outdoor places for sport is not enough for
30 seconds,
for this country. So please, we need the hall back, and also the count was much quicker. We were second in the country when we had the election count in the Oasis, but now the steam is very slow. So the facility is essential, and you know, the Oasis started there, for crying out loud. It's culturally an icon, and you're ridding us of heritage. And National Heritage and the National Trust nearby could fund all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Moving on, I don't have any parish councillor, I don't believe, who are wishing to speak on this. So I'm going to move on to cabinet members and other councillors. So Councillor Sinkowski, I believe you'd like to speak on this element.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I want to make a short intervention on the subject of heritage and preserving heritage assets. We know that the Oasis is listed, the dome is listed, as I mentioned before, as we all know, and we know that it's been standing there doing nothing, gently crumbling away for quite a long time. And if I kept going sufficiently long, people will start making a list of all the other buildings in Swindon that have been standing around and crumbling away for a long time. The Locarno, the mechanics, all sorts of things. We have a track record of putting off the difficult decision in order to just wait for that perfect solution that's around the corner. And when it comes to buildings that are aging, to buildings that are expensive to maintain, to buildings that are expensive to run, the perfect solution has a tendency to not present itself in time. So, or in fact, in some cases, ever. I don't want the Oasis to be one of those. Again, I don't want 20 years from now young people telling us, why didn't the council do something about the Oasis when it had a chance? Like people routinely come up to me and say, why didn't the council in 1987, when I was in primary school, didn't do something about the mechanics when it had a chance? We don't want to be that council. We don't want to be that council today. We don't want to be that council in 20 years' time. I have read the reports. I accept the professional opinion that there are no material reasons to reject this application and the alterations that have to be made to the Oasis structure in order to make it a viable and thriving leisure centre for the future. And so I really, really urge everybody not to repeat the mistakes of the past and to approve this application.
Thank you very much. Do we have Councillor Small?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief in the sense I reiterate a lot of the stuff I said in the first application. This will make the first application, which has now been passed, a more coherent application and ensure that the protected status of the Oasis, in a sense its listed areas, are protected to its full. And I think they do run hand in hand. I would encourage members to recognise that, recognise the decision that's already been made, and therefore to go forward with this application. I see it as a technical addition rather than it, but they are very much complementary to each other. And just to point out that to try and save time and people's efforts, I would love to share the information that we have received when making the decision on the Oasis contract. Unfortunately, the legal advice says that we can't because it is privileged information due to the contractual obligations. And yes, councillors do make these decisions based on private and confidential information as well as public information. That has always been practiced in local government and is part of the 1972 Local Government Act.
Very much, and thank you for clarifying that point, so I hope that helps. So moving on to the members only discussion, can I just remind everybody that this application seeks listed building consent for various internal and external works to the listed building to facilitate it being brought back into use. So I would like us obviously to focus on questions in that area because this is what we are looking at. So try and focus the discussion there, please. So do I have anybody who'd like to ask a question first? Councillor Heath.
Have the proposed materials been considered to be for covering the dome, considered to be suitable for purpose and of a high enough standard, and also able to maintain the character of the dome itself?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in answer to that question, the encapsulation of the dome in the inflated panels is actually already been previously consented. In the history section, it sets out the previous listed building consent, which approved the sort of recladding of the dome with these sort of inflated panels, so to speak. These are felt to better reflect the original character of the building when it opened. What was replaced in, I think it was the 90s, more flatter panels that were less characteristic of the original structure. So these are, one, they've already been consented under a previous listed building consent application, and two, they're felt to more better reflect the original character when it opened.
Thank you very much for that question. Does anybody else have a question? Okay, so would anybody like to make a proposal from the floor, either supporting the officer recommendation or offering an alternative regular? Councillor Hopkins.
I'm happy to propose that we support the officer's recommendations on this application, Chair.
Do we have a second? Councillor Borman. I'm just going to bring in the officer here to see if he needs to, we'll ask if he might like to make a summary before the vote.
Thank you, Chair. No summary required, thank you.
Okay, we're going to proceed to the vote then. All those in favour of supporting the officer recommendation, as on page 85, please raise your hand. All those against the officer proposal? One. Thank you very much. So the motion is carried to support the officer recommendation for this application. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to move on now to agenda item 8. So the outline application for employment use units, class 8B8, including data centres B2 and or E, along with all associated engineering and site clearance, access not reserved, the Oasis Leisure Center, Hawksworth Way, Swindon, pages 113 to 162. So I'm going to ask Tom can introduce the report and give us any updates as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission with all matters reserved except for the means of access for employment units within use classes B8, B2 and EG3, these being industrial, warehouse and distribution, including data centres, on land to the north of the Oasis on the former Clare site. Due to the outline nature of the application, only the principle of such uses can be considered at this stage, as well as the highway means of access, which will be taken from Hawksworth Way via a new junction. The detail on the form of matters such as scale, layout and appearance would need to come forwards at later reserved matter stages. As a point of clarity, I'd like to draw members' attention to page 131 of the report, paragraph 8.75. The last few sentences make reference to specific open space totals. However, the Neep and Linear Park and Suds feature total should read 0.34 hectares rather than 0.58, with the total given in the second before last sentence being 0.91 hectares rather than 1.15. Importantly, though, these corrections do not change the overall total provision of 2.44 hectares given at the end of the paragraph. It is recommended that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant outline planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the necessary planning obligations set out in the report and the conditions as listed under Appendix 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to now a ward member that doesn't wish to speak at this point. So I'm going to ask the agent, Steve Hanley, if he wishes to have his 5 minutes.
Yes, again, no further comments over and above the original statement, which related to this also.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Going to move on to the public speakers objecting to the application. Again, I'll read through the list to see who's here and who would like to speak. So, Tony Crabtree. Tony here? No?
Yep,
Claire
I'm here.
Kingston. Claire. Oh, sorry, are you Tony?
Yes.
Right, would you like to speak on this?
Only to repeat what I said before about...
It's just a yes or no. I'm going to bring you back to speak.
Yes.
You would like to, okay. Claire Kingston, would you like to speak again? Brian Saunders. You sure? Yes. I'm sure this time. You're sure this time. Chris Barry. Would you like to speak on this one?
Yes, briefly.
You will do, okay. Bob Wright, would you like to speak on this one? Yes. Josie Lewis, would you like to speak on this one? Yes. And David Norris, would you like to speak on this one? Yes. So that makes it 5 people, Sean. So that's 1 minute each. I make, no, sorry,
Chairman.
2 minutes. 2 minutes each because you've got 10 minutes. So that's 5 people. So we'll time that. I'm going to start in reverse order this time. Is there anybody else sat here who'd like to speak who wasn't on this list that I missed off? Yes, Mr. Norris, did you have a question?
No, I just... 1 minute is so little time. I suspect some of the other speakers may anticipate what I say, so I'm happy to forego my time and give more time to others.
That's very kind of you. Okay, so that gives our remaining people 2.5 minutes each. Okay, I'm going to start with Tony. So over to you, Tony Crabtree.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate what I said before, that the canal is a corridor and it joins useful spaces together for cruising, as well as the green space and nature that we've talked about. There seems to be quite an extensive boundary with this particular application, and I'd reiterate that doing the works at the same time would ensure that the canal actually worked, rather than trying to predict one while building the other, do the whole lot at the same time, get a win-win and get it all over with so it works for everybody. I think that's all I can add. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Claire, you're next.
Okay. The warehouses are effectively like halls, but you do still need a hall which is high in the winter, just thought I'd say that. And the plan information for the warehouses is on a certain condition that you can, without asking for planning permission, you can then build flats at a later date. So we don't really need the flats in by the Oasis on that basis. And as I said, we're already pressured for that. I've also looked at the Seven Capital on Companies House, and I've noted that they create different companies and put in brackets the location, and then they dissolve within a decade, quite a lot of them. And that concerns me, RE things like cladding, the cladding concerns and not being able to get that resolved at a later date if there's any problems with the properties. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you very much for that. Chris Barry.
Thank you. Just to follow up on something that Councillor Sumner raised, he seemed concerned that what we're suggesting might mean that we lose access to the cycleway. What we're proposing is that the cycleway remains untouched as the towpath with the canal between it and the Oasis site. That means intruding onto the Oasis site, but that would simply be with 1 or 2 very small areas where it's an exception. It would be into land already identified as green open space.
Thank you very much for that point. Bob Wright?
Chair, I recognise the applicant has the right to seek planning permission for the site. The same applicant entered into agreement with the Borough Council some years back, and that agreement was that the North Star site was signed off by two councillors here to Severn Capital on the grounds that Severn Capital would build in exchange on the free public land, because it was literally given away, a new leisure centre to be known as the Snow Dome, and new housing suitable for the commuters to use up and down on the railway lines. Now, we've now got a proposal that's completely different from that original arrangement. At no time was there replacing of factory units with two replacement factory units outlined. It wasn't part of the discussion. We saw picturesque drawings of the Snow Dome, and the Borough Council at that time established that Severn Capital had the money to build that. That money was not spent. There were two things that has affected this planning application: COVID and the change in climate, where Severn Capital became the funder for the Oasis. And on those grounds, we've got different applications to the ones that were originally agreed. And there was no time when there was councillors considering factory units. I don't object to Severn Capital building houses. I don't object to universities going in. Part of the plan was for university development. But what we've got now is a proposal for two factory units. The town does not need those two factory units. It impinges on the canal route, which in the local plan was meant to be a corridor protected by this council.
30 seconds, Chair.
So I don't object to a planning application. I do object that housing doesn't go here and factory units do. It's a long-term repayment rather than short-term. Financially, it will still pay Severn Capital.
Okay, thank you very much. Josie Lewis, thank you.
Right, can I just first say I wholeheartedly support Councillor Wright. He's absolutely perfectly right on the background of this site. On that, my own concern is the use of these warehouses as B8, B2 and E, because according to what I've read on the application, the change of use can be changed at any time without planning permission from the borough. My concern is that you will then have no control whatsoever on what goes on this site. It could also be changed to housing in the future. It's a brownfield site. So my concern is you've got no control whatsoever, and I support Councillor Bob Wright.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, we're going to move on to see if we have any Cabinet member who wishes to speak at this point. No? Okay. Therefore, we will move on to our member-only discussion. Yes, I was going to ask the point, but you can.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back on one point of clarification from a couple of speakers who made this point. There is no permitted development that allows a warehouse to be converted into residential use without planning permission. There would need to be planning consent. It's only offices that can be converted to residential uses without planning. So there would need to be a further planning application if those buildings were at some point in the future to be built and then converted into resi. Just a point to clarify for members. There would have to be a change of use planning application to convert a site for warehouses into residential. There does not need to be planning permission to convert office to residential. That's the subtle difference. If it's within the same use class, yes, they can do that, and the use classes are defined by the use class order, which is a national publication which planning works to.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to questions from the committee. So do we have anybody with the question? Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, I recognise this is outline planning for outline planning consent, and obviously there's lots of things that can change, but I'm mindful of the fact that a number of options are considered in terms of the use for which this development should be useful. First question is, what consideration has been given to the possibility of some of those uses either creating energy through solar panels on the roofs, which can be used within the wider development, either for the Oasis or for the housing there. And indeed, if there's a data centres create heat, and because they use lots of energy, and that heat, of course, can be used in terms of the swimming pool, which is close by, and or the residential units that are part of another planning application. So has consideration been given to that aspect of the proposals? And at what stage, if not, would that need to be done?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in answer to that question, yes, that has been considered. In terms of the specifics of things like solar panels, as you rightly pointed out, obviously we're outline stage. We don't know the exact design of the building. We don't know what the roof pitches are. We don't know how big they're going to be, etc. So that we will be able to, that will be obviously greatly encouraged as part of the Reserve Matters application as when they come forward. Turning to the potential for a data centre, we've also considered that as well in terms of, yes, you're right, there would be data centres obviously produce a lot of excess heat. So we suggested a condition, which is condition 31, which would look to, in the event that when the reserve matters come forward, or when the development comes forward, in the event that a data centre comes forward, the condition requires the future reserve matter to demonstrate how any excess heat generated by the development hereby permitted can be harvested and utilised with nearby uses, such as the Oasis and the heating the pool and things like that.
Thank you, that's helpful. And another aspect is that obviously warehouses in particular have large expanses of wall surrounding them. Some of those, sometimes there's brick use, sometimes it's various forms of cladding. Has any consideration been given to conditioning the possibility of providing nesting for birds such as swifts in terms of the design of any buildings that go on site? Or is that again something that might need to be dealt with at a future stage?
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes, we'll have more detail at Reserve Matters, but to give more comfort, there are relevant conditions requiring that sort of thing through biodiversity net gain and also through. I'm trying to find the condition. There's a construction. I'm trying to find the relevant condition, but yes, I'll continue to look for that condition. But there is a condition on here which will allow for that sort of thing to be provided.
Thank you.
Do you have follow-up, or is that? Yeah. Okay. Going to move on then to Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points on this one. In terms of the highways impact, this is acknowledged as a brownfield site. There is a variety of use classes which are sought, which could range from a distribution centre down to a data centre, both having very different impacts on the highways network. In terms of the detail of that, obviously we're not looking at the transport assessment here. We have a sort of catch-all reference which suggests that because it was an existing industrial site, that it already has built-in capacity. If you have been in Swindon for some time, you'll know that that site has been empty for decades. And the reality is that the capacity that site had will have been subsumed by the permitted development rights developments of hundreds of apartments at North Star House and the expansion of other industrial uses within the North Star estate. So to just assume that your baseline is that it already had capacity, that's disappeared, and that isn't, in my view, acceptable. So perhaps if we could have an answer about that, thank you.
Yes, the impact assessment has been based on a transport model built to a 2025 base. So lots of new data was collected, and the do-nothing model was built on the basis of that. So the history of the warehousing and the history of the Oasis Leisure counts for nothing in the modelling that we've done. The site has been treated as being empty effectively. So the modelling has been done on that basis. So there has been no credit, no discount for the fact that there is a historical position there. We have looked at the site effectively as if it were undeveloped. We did the original impact assessment was based on a B8 use, which is relatively low traffic intensive, but we did ask the applicant to follow up, and they have done further analysis based on the light industrial option, which is also permitted within that use class and is more traffic intensive, but that hasn't changed any of the views, any of the conclusions of the modelling.
Okay, thank you. That's useful to hear. And in terms of baseline, residents in Swindon will know, and I'm assuming all councillors here will know if they drive around Swindon, that the Great Western Way basically jams up almost like on a tidal basis at certain times of the day, and you will end up queuing from the Cockleby roundabout to the roundabout right by the Oasis, and yeah, that's a really, really regular thing. So any additionality has to be dealt with, and when conversations were originally held with Severn Capital, there was considerable work proposed on the Great Western Way in terms of signalisation of junctions. Are we confirming that this will all come through reserved matters? Because at the moment I see that the only transport intervention or contribution is £18,000 for a bus stop.
You'll be comforted to know, Councillor Sumner, that the modelling does show that the network at the moment is in difficulty, I'll put it like that. Yes, we have looked at a number of different scenarios to try and identify where the real critical points are, and the view we've come to is that the employment is so low intensity that it doesn't trigger any need for mitigation. The same with the leisure, and in fact the leisure and the employment combined doesn't bring network problems to a level that will be considered severe by the normal NPPF test. It is the residential development that effectively is the straw that breaks the camel's back, and you will see there is a condition on the residential development and requiring the impact to be assessed further and mitigation to be implemented before any occupation takes place. I'm happy to go down that line because a lot of work has already been done to identify what the problems are and what the potential solutions are. So, I think a condition of that form is valid, but it does attach to the residential only.
Okay, thank you for that reassurance. And next point and final point, I promise, is Chris Barry referred to the canal route and the Western Flyer running alongside as a towpath. I would really just ask officers to confirm that there is sufficient width, because a shared towpath and cycle path alongside a canal is something that would be quite interesting in terms of health and safety. We've discussed whether drops into ditches are an unfortunate result of having cycle paths by new roads. So I would just like the reassurance that would be conditioned that there is sufficient width for all of those potential uses should they come forward. Thank you.
From my perspective, Councillor Sumner, the parameter plan which defines which gives direction to the reserve matters when they come includes both a cycleway and the canal, so that gives me enough enough power when the time comes to ensure that we have both.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Chandler.
On noise, it's been alluded to by Councillor Sumner. Councillor Small may be able to correct me, but I think this was last in use as part of the wagon works when the railway works were last open, but they closed some time before the railway works did. What impact on the noise from these factories, distribution centres, data centres has been made on the surrounding neighbourhoods, particularly the new houses that we're being asked to approve, but I'm also thinking of houses across the Great Western Way in sort of Ferndale Road, Roads Off area.
Okay, noise impact then, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's part of our assessment. It's set out on page 132. As support of the application, both air quality and noise impact assessments were submitted. Initially, the Environmental Health Officer requested further information and clarity, which has since been provided. He's reviewed that information, and the Environmental Health team have confirmed satisfaction with the information, subject to some suggested conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And related to Councillor Sumner's question, what mitigation work has gone in to assess the risks of goods vehicles, heavy goods vehicles, using these roads as an alternative to Great Western Way? I'm thinking particularly Ferndale Road and the roads off.
Sorry, Councillor, I think I missed the start of that.
So when these are built, we don't yet know the final industrial use, and as commenters have said, it can be changed within the class of the designation that's being given. If we're in a situation where there are more heavy goods vehicles using the site as opposed to none currently via that exit, I appreciate there are more further down the road on Hawksworth Way, what was formerly known as the Burma Road, but what would the impact be to the neighbouring streets to that? Ferndale Road, Northern Road, etc.
I mean, I would fully expect that large traffic would, or large vehicles would use the Great Western Way. I guess if there is some reason, if there are some rat runs, some alternative routes that we're not aware of, that sometimes these things become clear once people start driving. I guess all I can say is if that proves to be an issue at the time, we will take whatever restrictive necessary or action we will think necessary to deal with that. At the moment, it isn't something that we're looking at that needs to be designed out from the start.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Heath. Back on that.
Sorry, just a point that Councillor Hopkins raised. Sorry, I finally found the condition. Is condition 8 of the in the report with regard to, you mentioned ecological mitigation and bird nesting, things like that. So that is a requirement under that SEMP condition, and it requires mitigation measures linked into the ecological impact assessment. So yeah, that can be controlled. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought it might have been in there somewhere, and I'm sure I'd read something somewhere, but I couldn't find it when I looked.
Thank you very much for clarification. Going to move on to Councillor Heath.
So this is traffic related again. For the different use cases, for a data centre or for a warehouse, is there a big difference between the volume of traffic that was expected for the different use cases?
A reasonable difference, yes, in the context of the amount of traffic that the three uses combined will generate. It's not a material difference. We have looked at three scenarios: the data center, which is relatively low intensity; the B8, the standard warehousing use, which is sort of medium; and then a light industrial use, which would, by industrial standards, be the most traffic intensive there is. And it doesn't make a material difference compared to the whole lot when you take the residential and the leisure alongside it. So if it were to come forward on its own, it wouldn't create any issues. As I say, it's the combination of the three uses that gives us the network problems.
you have follow-up, or is that? Okay. Do I have any more questions? So I'm going to ask for a proposal from the floor, either supporting the officer recommendation or offering an alternative. Councillor Hopkins.
Propose that we accept the officer's recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Crilly, thank you very much. So the proposal I have then is to accept the officer's recommendation for this outline application for employment units at the Oasis. So all those, well, before I go for the vote, I'm going to actually ask Tom if he wants to add anything, the planning officer.
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So let's go for the vote then. So all those in favour of supporting the outline planning application, please raise your hand. All those against? Thank you. Therefore, the application has been accepted and the officer's recommendation to grant has been agreed by the committee. Thank you everybody for that. So I'm just going to ask if there's any indication if people need a break, or we'll go on to the fourth one. Nobody needs a break. Okay, let's carry on then to agenda item 9, outline application for the multi-storey residential development of up to 707 apartments to include car parking, associated public residential amenity space, cycle, parking facilities and outdoor play facilities, along with associated engineering and site clearance. The Oasis Leisure Center, Hawksworth Way. Rob Boncini. So I'm going to start with asking Tom to introduce the report and report on any updates as necessary. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission with all matters reserved except for the means of access for the erection of up to 707 flats on land surrounding the Oasis. As per the previous employment application before members, due to the outline nature of the application, only the principle of residential development of up to the scale proposed, as well as the highway access, can be considered. Regarding the latter, the access would be via Hawksworth Way via a new junction. As mentioned in the introduction of the last application, the detail and the form of matters such as scale, layout and appearance would need to come forward as the later reserved matters stages. It is recommended that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to grant outline planning permission subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the necessary planning obligations set out in the report and the conditions as detailed in Appendix 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. To now invite ward councillors present to speak, and I have Councillor Jim Grant.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to raise the concerns, my concerns and concerns I think of local residents around the parking facility provision of this proposed development. You've got, as Tom says, up to 707 units proposed, but only 260 parking spaces. And my concern is that if you've got 700 units, there's going to be more than 260 cars for those people living there. And when they can't find a parking space on the site, the overflow car park for them will be Ferndale Road and the roads off it. Now, I'm already doing a consultation with the residents off Ferndale Road, reference a residents parking area, and that's before they know about this proposal. So their parking is difficult in those areas as it is. I note that the developer makes the point that
that these flats will be near to the town centre and near to the railway station, and so people might not need cars because of the proximity that they will be to those venues. But people in Swindon generally don't work in the town centre, and they generally don't work on a place that has a railway line. Equally, most people use cars for their weekly shopping expeditions, and there isn't the shopping facilities anywhere near this site. So people will need more parking spaces, in my view, on this, and if they're not going to get any, then the worry is that the overflow is going to affect local residents. Now, I understand that these are all reserved matters, and I'm fairly sure that they don't. These parking provisions don't comply with council policy at the moment. But can I just ask that officers fully consult with ward councillors and by association the local residents when they are dealing with the parking element of this, and as we've had on the previous discussion, the wider highways and transport issues concerning this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Grant. I'm going to now invite the applicant, Steve Hanley, if you'd like to speak on this.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, we've nothing further to add over and above the initial statement.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a list of people who'd like to speak against, and again, I'm just going to go through the list, see if you'd still like to speak against, and then divide the time. So, David Norris, would you like to speak? No. Josie Lewis, would you like to speak? Yes. Bob Wright, would you like to speak? Chris Barry? Brian Saunders, I believe, is not here. Is that correct? Claire Kingston and Tony Crabtree. No. So that's 4 people have 10 minutes, so that's 2.5 minutes each. So if we'd like to start with somebody different this time, we start with Chris Barry.
Thank you. This is the area which gives us the most concern, because those large buildings we saw in the original diagram are scheduled to be right up against the boundary of the site. And our argument is that the boundary of site shouldn't have been there in the first place, because the original line of the canal is under the site, and to put the canal between the cycle path and the site, there just isn't room. So our hope is that some means will be found for those to adapt those buildings in some way, be it a little bit smaller or a bit moved or cantilevered or whatever, to not intrude on the canal, because that would be prejudicial to its delivery.
Very much for that. Can I move on to Bob Wright?
Chair, Severn Capital are responsible for some pretty special developments in this country. This isn't one of them. There is opportunity on this site. I've already mentioned one part, which is to split the development. I regard this as overdevelopment, and therefore we have less than adequate car parking. Should split the house across 2 sites. The highways report, for me, is inadequate and incomplete. And the reason for that is you've missed out completely the brand new railway station that's going in. You have no idea about what type of use of those buildings would be. They could be hubs for vans going backwards and forwards to people's houses around the town, very similar to the car park that's in Pen Hill. So you have no idea about the road uses. The secondary part is previous plans done by previous highway officers have indicated there should be a brand new road set up on Great Western Way. 2 roundabouts should have been completed. They haven't been done. All we've had is the back road into the site. So those 2 roundabouts were conditional on the development of the Oasis site. I would like to see that brought into being, that flow improvement takes place. The next thing is society has changed. Young people cannot afford to buy houses, so they're living with their parents. What they can afford to do still, just about, is to run cars. So you get a disproportionate number of houses with cars that are not 1 or 1.5 as legislation requires, but very often 3. That's the impact that Councillor Grant is talking about. That's what he's trying to address currently. Chair. So as a consequence, could you relook at the highways so that it takes into account the different uses and the new station on the north side, which would be moving 18,000 people out, 18,000 people in on a daily basis?
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to move to Josie Lewis.
Thank you. Yeah, again, Councillor Bob Wright has some good points. My concern is the height of the building. So if you look at Drury's Inn, the Leonardo Hotel, that's high. And these could be 2 stories higher than that. I've seen no proof of land stability. This is infill land, former GWR industrial land. What would the council do if one of these blocks of flats collapsed? There is a chance that excavations for these dwellings could damage the Oasis. So what measures will you put in mind if the Oasis gets damaged and could be closed again? The site will become a big construction site. Normally they're completely fenced off, so how would the public get to the Oasis when there's construction traffic coming and going? I think that's a major concern. How many of these homes will be allocated to anybody on your housing list? I believe you've got 4,200 on your housing list. So how many of these flats will accommodate anybody on your housing list? The flats create a housing imbalance of family homes with gardens. They provide no gardens, no safe area for children to play in. And there was one point. Nope, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To move on to Claire Kingston.
Yeah. Firstly, the site was emptied. I remember post-COVID, the whole site. That wasn't our choice. That was just happened, and you waited 5 years to do this planning. We were aware of what's going on there. The parking seems to be duplicated between the Oasis provision and the flat provision. Seems to be similar numbers for both, but the same twice, which isn't really viable. I think we're densely populated in the centre, lots of HMOs, and far too many, in my opinion, and many others. And actually, with an increased population number, we need increased sport facilities, indoor and outdoor, to maintain social order. I've just heard my friend said that Deacon's has been smashed in, the Deacon's, you know, the jewellers on Wood Street. So tensions in this town are rising, and we're trying to prevent possible conflict. I think they're far too densely packed together. The green roofs, that's a bit conning, because it's not actually green, it's just the colour they put on the plans. It's also a bit suspect to me. I think there's a lot that's not quite right, and your role as councillors is to serve us. We're your customers, we're your bosses. It's not the other way around. And I think that the lack of information provided to us, it's not commercially sensitive. We're the customers here, the residents who pay the council tax. And in fact, with more council taxpayers, with more housing, why on earth is there not the money to provide facilities, and often housing estates, before they get
30
planning?
seconds, Chair.
They have to say, we're going to provide schools, etc., and all that. And this is being deleted, taken away. And it's not acceptable. It's disorderly.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Right, I'm going to move on now to Cabinet members and other councillors. So I'm going to call, if Councillor Adams, if you could introduce yourself and your role so that people sitting here understand who you are, and you have got 5 minutes.
Is that me?
So my name's Daniel Adams. I'm a Borough Councillor for St Andrews. I'm here today on behalf of not only them, but residents of all the Swindon. Can I just double check how much time I've got? 5 minutes, okay. All right, thank you. So I'm speaking today not just as a Borough Councillor, but as someone who lives in the town, knows the community, and has heard from residents, from countless residents who feel deep concern and frustration over this application. I'd like to start by thanking Severn Capital in listening to residents in regards to concerns raised with the pool itself. The improvements we have seen over the initial proposal for the pool deserve commendation, even though I don't agree with the wider proposal. I'd also like to pick up on something said earlier by a colleague of mine. They've referenced the lack of pools in the town and such a huge need to see the Oasis reopened to address that. To that point, I'd say there's also a shortage of indoor sports spaces, as highlighted by Sports England. So why don't we have the same concern over making the lack of facilities even worse? But moving on, the loss of the Oasis. Let's be clear, the Oasis is more than a site. It's a landmark, a memory for generations, a space where children learned to swim, families gathered, and local identities were forged. To approve this application would be to erase not just a building, but a piece of Swindon's soul. It's a Grade 2 listed building, recognised for its architectural and cultural significance, a rare dome structure unique nationally, stripping the Oasis of its surrounding leisure and recreation uses, leaves that listing empty of meaning and severs its connection with the community. Furthermore, it jeopardises the site itself. The proposal, in my view, directly conflicts with the National Planning Policy Framework and Swindon Local Policy EN10, which requires great weight to be given to the conservation of heritage assets, and more importantly in this case, their setting. The context of the Oasis is inseparable from its function, and that function is being erased. Moving on to non-compliance with the Swindon Local Plan. The development is designed as leisure use is designated as leisure use in the local plan. That policy is a cornerstone of sustainable planning in our borough, ensuring the development happens in the right place, supported by infrastructure within the urban area. We also see failure to meet policy CM4, which safeguards community facilities. The Oasis served thousands of residents. No amount of generic open space or Section 106 contributions can compensate for the irreplaceable nature of what's being lost. Moving on to infrastructure pressure. I regularly hear from residents already struggling with the overburden of GPs, lack of primary school spaces, and congested roads. This application proposes a significant number of homes, yet fails to offer a clear plan for healthcare, education, or public transport. It risks becoming what we've seen too often, a housing estate without sufficient infrastructure. Moving on to the community voices. I want to highlight something that has been lost in the process so far. The strength of public objection. Residents have written, emailed, posted online and formed pressure groups, often with emotion, always with clarity, and asking this council to protect the site that means so much to them. Planning isn't just a technical thing, it's a democratic thing. We cannot ignore the strength of this feeling. The public has engaged fully, they deserve to be heard, and they deserve a planning decision that reflects the core values they've raised: sustainability, protection of heritage, and community cohesion. And finally, as a councillor, as a resident, and as someone who deeply believes in building not just homes, but strong communities, healthy communities, I urge this committee to reject this application. We have one Oasis, let's not lose it for good. Thank you very much.
Very much. I'm going to move on to Cabinet members to speak. Councillor Small.
Yeah, can I just clarify, Chair, that we are talking about the last application on the Oasis, not the first one. because the previous speaker, it looks like we were starting again at 6 o'clock. There's already seen over a number of years already residential development take place around the Oasis, where the BT building was converted and there's some other office space that have been converted already as part of the change from office use to residential around by the Oasis. Well, if you go back to 1976, you can say there was nothing around there. You know, so if you wanted to really go back to an original Oasis, let's knock down those 2 office blocks and say that's how we should be preserving the Oasis. So what we've got to look at is the application of this land to the site that neighbours the Oasis application, not actually to do with the Oasis as it will be in the future. Can I reassure members of the public that have said about construction sites being fenced off? Yeah, construction sites are fenced off, but there's construction going on in London all the time, and they fence that off, and London still works around it, and that will be no different in Swindon or any other construction site. So that's not an issue. I also, the issue that was raised over the timing. The reason why it's taking so long is it's taking a long period of time to get to a deal so these applications can come here tonight to be discussed by the members of the Planning Committee. I do share Councillor Grant's concerns over the parking numbers, and I know that, and I would urge, and I know they will be looked at as part of the next process before the detailed planning application. And the comments made, and I can't remember whether it was Bob Wright who made it about the access road. He's right that there were plans to do a Cocklebury and transfer upgrades after they'd done the Bruce Street upgrades as part of the overall improvements to the traffic flow of Great Western Way. And I think that needs to be probably reviewed in the future, but not just because of this development, but because of how Swindon's changing and Swindon's growing. The other point is that people say that Swindon's densely populated. Our town centre is not densely populated. That's the whole point of being able to, when you look at the proposals for the local plan and the additional houses being proposed for the town centre, compared with most modern city centres or town centres, ours is not densely populated compared with the modern version of what you see. And the local plan becoming the cabinet tomorrow looks at how that can be changed and overturned. And this plays a fundamental part of the wider central Swindon perspective in the sense that it's bringing new homes. It will support the Knowledge Central development, which is being looked at as part of the redevelopment of the railway station approach to Swindon. All these things will make Swindon a better place. And this housing development, and I agree, I've lived in Robbourne all my life. In the sense, I can remember when Robbourne Wreck, not Ferndale Wreck, it says a lot of people know it, didn't have the Great Western Way, and we used to walk across the wreck to the Oasis. But it's all changed. We move on in life. And this is the next story in that part of Swindon and that particular land. It's still going to have the Oasis there, but it's also going to have that residential development if it's passed by the Planning Committee this evening. I think that's the key elements we need to look at. This is progress as well as delivering a safe leisure facility, which you've already approved, but also residential development, which will support us ensuring we get the Oasis, but secondly, providing for new homes for the people of Swindon in the centre, which will reduce, hopefully, transport capacity, which we can build a better Swindon. We can actually deliver a fairer Swindon and a healthier Swindon as well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Planning Officer Tom Buxton if he'd like to speak at this point before the members' discussion. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Sorry, Chair. I was down to speak on this item as well.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Sinkowski. Okay, over to you. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hopefully I won't need the whole 5. Councillor Small reminded me, he always tells people that he's from Rodbourne. I'm from Jerusalem. And if we never knocked anything down there to build anything new, then it would still look the same as it did in the days of King Solomon, roughly at the 10th century BC. Change happens, and change is good, usually, because it means more people, more prosperity, more lives, more families. I know I'm sounding a little bit melodramatic today, because I really do believe that this is such a pivotal application. It could be so transformational for Swindon, and it's hard to really overstate how important this whole redevelopment is and how much it could unlock in the town centre. just a quick note about the parking. Yes, the town centre is expanding. You know, up the hill towards Old Town, we're feeling those pressures too, on parking, on housing, as the lady said. And we have a lot of people living in a small area in what is very often bad housing, but they still want to live there, right? People want to live in town centres. It's just that the only options available to them right now are not great options. And it is incumbent upon us to provide better options for people to live within walking distance of the station, within walking distance of North Star College, within walking distance of Knowledge Central, of the Fleming Way bus interchange, and so on. I also want to say, and this is the melodramatic bit, I just want to impress upon committee members just how desperately we need more housing, more flats, more residential units in the UK. The housing crisis is rampant, and it is blighting the lives of our young people. The reason that they put their money into cars that pollute the environment and kill them in accidents and still have to live with their parents is because they cannot afford to move out. We need to give them the opportunity to move out. This is a statistic I only recently learned, and it absolutely shocked me. On average, every classroom in the country will have at least one homeless child in it. That's how bad the housing crisis is. Temporary accommodation, homelessness costs are bankrupting local authorities, which is why people are paying more council tax and getting fewer services, less good services for them. The housing crisis is at the bottom of almost every social problem we have today, from the NHS to education to everything. Shelter is absolutely a foundational human right, and for the last 3 decades, we have not been meeting that human right adequately. There has been a massive shortfall every single year in the amount of housing that we knew all along that we needed to build. So we need to reverse that. We need to change that trend. We need to start offering people places to live. And I know that these 770 apartments are not going to solve the housing crisis in one go and so on and so forth, but it's a start. And apartments not like that, or not quite there, or not exactly now, are not going to solve that problem. Apartments that actually get planning permission, get built, are going to solve the problem. So we have a lot of young people in Swindon. We're comparatively a young town compared to a very aging country. And those young people will leave, and they will take their talent and they will take their drive elsewhere if they don't have somewhere to live. So I want us to have, in particular, these sorts of town centre, small apartment-based residential units that will enable young people to either stay in Swindon to continue their education journey or return to Swindon when they have completed their education journey, and build their future here and their future families here with us in a better and fairer Swindon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, Councillor Bushell, do you wish to speak? No? Okay, so I'm going to go back to Planning Officer, Tom Buxton, if there's anything you'd like to say at this point.
Just a couple of points. Well, one, just to reiterate again, this is an outline application with all matters reserved except for access. I'd just like to reiterate that. I'm just picking up a couple of points that were raised by the public in terms of matters that haven't already been considered. In terms of access to the Oasis well, potentially, if this application gets granted, one of the conditions and the construction management plan requires details of that to be provided to ensure safe and appropriate access to the public while building. There was reference to so to reiterate what I just said then, so there's a condition attached, or there's a proposed condition attached requiring that as part of the construction management plan, that details will be provided of how the public will have safe and appropriate access to the leisure centre still. Picking up on another point in relation to no gardens, that's correct. It's unlikely, again, to reiterate again, it's an outline application, but the likelihood is there'll be flats with no private gardens. However, there'll be the supporting documentation and the council's adopted design guide encourages the use of balconies as private outdoor amenity space. And lastly, picking up on the point about the canal and the concerns about the impact of the alignment, I think it's set out in the report that additional information was provided by the applicant during the processing of the application through various section drawings and the design and access statement to demonstrate the relationship, or the potential relationship rather, of where those buildings might be located. They set out a worst case scenario showing there would still be sufficient width for the safeguarded route of the canal to be protected. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for that summary. I'm going to now move to members of the committee to ask if anybody would like to ask a question. I have some hands. I'll make a list. Start with Councillor Sumner. You were first.
Thank you, Chair. There are a few things on this one. Starting towards the latter part of the report, 8.89. Despite the speech just now about the need for housing and shelter, etc., affordable, everything else like that, these 707 units deliver 0% affordable housing based on a viability assessment. What's even worse than that is that this development delivers 0 contributions to education. Nothing. 707 homes, schools under pressure in the town centre, no contribution from this development to education at all. And that is partially excused within the report, saying that they're mostly one-beds. I don't know if people know, but families do sometimes live in one-beds. There are many apartment blocks around the town centre where one-bedroom properties, apartments are occupied by families, rightly or wrongly, but that's a fact of life. Those children are going to have a real struggle to get into education. It's also quite fanciful to refer to things like the North Star College being next door. We are talking about 10-storey high-rise apartments built by an ambitious developer who wants to build a good quality. We've had visuals shown of nicely aligned apartments, and the reality is these are not going to be cheap homes. We've already excluded the fact that there is no affordable, there's no education contributions. That, against 2 planning policies of Swindon Borough Council is a major concern for me. The parking spaces, as was referenced, 260 parking spaces, well below our parking standards, which would require 1,187 parking spaces. So again, we're breaching our own parking standards for a development which is actually, it's not part of the planning application that this is effectively going to be funding the refurbishment of the Oasis, but it's a very, very high price to pay against so many of our established planning policies. The highways impact has already been mentioned by Jerry, and I'm sort of reassured that we acknowledge that this is going to have the most severe impact out of the 3 applications we've seen tonight, plus the listed building consent, and that is going to be addressed through more detailed work as part of the reserve matters applications. But on the basis of the fact that we have the parking spaces, and could I ask the officer to confirm if we are that far below the parking standards and we're talking about sustainability, do they have 447 cycle racks? What is the cycling provision if we've detailed the number of parking spaces?
I'm happy to deal with that, Chair. Because it's a reserve, an outline application. The cycle parking isn't something we look at until the time comes, but we will expect the cycle parking standards to be met in full. No reason why they can't. It will be a lot of cycle spaces, but we will expect them to be provided.
Okay, thank you. And so just as a final point, on the basis of we are going against, I think this is a high price to pay, going against our own planning policies, I would propose refusing this application on the basis of policy SD3, sustainable development, policy HA2, affordable housing, and policy CM1 in the local plan, no education contributions. Thank you.
Second, Chair.
Okay, so Councillor Sumner, are you saying that you would like to propose the motion to refuse? Could you please just give us that list again, please?
I will, and I'll go more slowly.
Thank you.
Policy SD3, sustainable development. Policy HA2, affordable housing, as there is no affordable housing. Policy CM1, as there is no education contribution from the site of 707 units. And if members, once they've considered my proposal, are minded to think differently, as would be no great surprise following the votes this evening, then I would ask that when we look at the parking spaces for cycles, that we have at least 447 to make up for the deficit in parking for vehicles.
Okay, do we have a seconder to that?
Second, Chair. I'd also like to...
Courtcliffe, I have a list of people who want to speak, and I'm going to let them speak before we go.
I'd like to add to the motion.
Sorry, yes, if you wish.
I also believe it's contrary to section 213 of the NPPF regarding substantial harm to a heritage asset. I'm happy to go into detail more on that after you've taken the things in order, because I will speak to that, Chair.
You could do that now, actually. It would make it easy.
I just go to the test laid down in Bedford Borough Council versus SSCLG 2013. The impact on significance was required to be serious, such that very much, if not all of the significance was drained away. One was looking for impact which would have such a serious impact on the significance of the asset that its significance was either vitiated altogether or very much reduced. I think the fact that the Oasis is currently an open site plan, the dome is front and centre and can be seen from all over and will be engulfed by 6, 8 and 10-storey homes, I believe that meets the test in that case. Obviously that's my judgment, my opinion, and people may think differently, but I think that that is substantial harm to the heritage asset. It's grade 2 listed, so we need to give it the same level of respect that we would to, say, Lydiard House. And would we want 10-storey tower blocks around Lydiard House? No. So that's why I'm adding that NPPF section to Councillor Sumner's motion, if he's happy to do so.
Thank you. Would you like to come back? I do have 2 other councillors with questions as well, so if you can answer these and then we'll go to those questions.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just picking up on the points that Councillor Sumner made first of all in relation to the lack of affordable housing education contributions. The local plan does make allowances for viability testing, and then that's exactly what's happened with this application in terms of a financial open book having been submitted by the applicant and appraised independently, which confirms that the development would be unviable if the full Section 106 package in that regard was to be provided. So that is an allowance within the local plan and has been tested and independently verified. Turning to the parking, I know Jerry has already covered this in part, but I'd just like to reiterate again what's detailed in the report to just reiterate again how sustainable how very sustainable the location is. It's approximately 700 metres from the town centre, the train station, the new bus boulevard, also as part of the Section 106 package and the conditions, it suggested that there be improvements to pedestrian and cycle infrastructure in the vicinity, also to try and encourage or make it even more attractive for pedestrians to use or to walk and to cycle. And picking up on the point that Councillor Courtcliffe made in terms of the NPPF and the heritage section, again, I appreciate it's your opinion on that. As set out in the report, it's my professional officer opinion that the harm will be less than significant harm in relation to paragraph 215 of the MPPF, and that harm is then weighed against the benefits as set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to move on. I've now got 3 people who'd like to speak. I will move first of all to Councillor Shelley, who wanted to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, already been covered in some ways, but just to come to the parking, could somebody explain where the figure of 260 spaces came from, and that being less than 25% of the 1,187 spaces that is the policy. How confident can we be as members that when the final decisions are made, that parking spaces will be considered very carefully in terms of the development, because we do know that restricting parking spaces is not a good way of encouraging people to use other forms of transport.
Yes, although the application is in outline, 260 parking spaces is proposed, and unless planning colleagues tell me differently, it has to be assessed on that basis. So I don't have I'm not in the position when it comes to reserve matters to ask for 500 or 600. So we have had to take a view as to whether 260 parking spaces is acceptable. It doesn't meet the parking standards. That in itself doesn't make it non-compliant, because the parking standards say you can, in exceptional circumstances, argue for something different, and the applicant has argued for something different. They've made a lot of the accessibility of the site. They've given us huge amounts of evidence from other towns where very accessible sites have low parking levels. They've argued that it would be possible to manage the parking stock. There is you'll see a condition requiring a management plan to be implemented. So we believe with proper management, we can certainly get a lot more out of that 260 spaces than we otherwise, if they were just given away on a first come, first served basis. We have had concerns for overspill parking within the site itself. That will be dealt with through proper design. We need to design the site in a way to make sure that any overspill parking doesn't hamper emergency service vehicles or refuse vehicles. That we can do when the time comes. The applicant's consultant has also looked at parking capacity within a walking distance, and there are parking spaces within 15-minute walk, and there will be pressure put on those spaces if people decide they want to walk that far. But that really isn't a basis for me to be able to object. The only reason I can object is if I feel parking levels are so low that there will be a hazard to the safe and effective operation of the highway. And I think with the contributions that are being made to accessibility, with the improvements that are being made, I think on balance, I don't feel able to raise an objection on the grounds of car parking.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a number of concerns here. One obviously is around the viability assessment. I do fail to understand sometimes how developers can come up with planning applications which it's worth them building the houses, but it's not worth them actually investing in the facilities that the people who live in them are going to need when they move in. So that does cause me some concern, and I note that on page 187, paragraph 8110, there's reference made to a clawback clause. Can you please explain to me exactly how that would work? And I do note that whilst we've had some discussions tonight about the canal and the route for the canal, you know, as somebody who's worked around property, not to the extent that Councillor Sumner has, but for a number of years, it's almost always the case that proximity to a canal or a river or a stream, usually, providing it's not going to cause flooding issues, normally adds significant value to the properties, and probably something in the order of 5,000 to 10,000. So it seems to me that if the developers actually got their act together in terms of the canal route and made that a feature of the development, they might actually get more money for the properties, and therefore there may be more money to be able to actually contribute to the education that some of the families who live in this development will be wanting for their children, and also for you know, for Section 106 money to pay towards other aspects. So it causes me concern. So to what extent is that clawback clause likely to help in that situation? Can someone explain that, please?
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, I can explain that. So that's a suggestion to be included within the Section 106, so that there's an opportunity for review later at a later date to recheck viability. And the suggestion is that that will be reviewed early, mid, late. So what that means basically is that, you know, the flats they're not going to start building the flats within the next week or two. You know, but we're some way off, and it's almost certainly going to be a phased development also. So this allows us the ability to basically recheck that viability at stages of the application, and if it's then proven that it becomes viable at a later date, certain phases, then we have that opportunity to then secure additional contributions in terms of affordable housing and things like that.
Thank you. I'm not sure quite how encouraged I am by that. In terms of another issue, which is around parking, I mean, clearly there is a low level of parking provision being applied to this site. And I accept all the points that have been made about proximity to the station, town centre, etc., etc. But the reality is that there's only a limited amount of public open space on this site. And the more parking you put in, unless it goes underground or undercroft, the less public open space you're going to have in the development, which is actually quite a, for Swindon, has quite a high level of density. So it does cause me a little bit of a concern that unless the developers are looking at a solution like that, then it's going to challenge the provision of that public open space, and we're going to face, under the reserved matters, a pressure to actually use land that was originally destined for public open space to be used for parking provision, because they didn't get the figures right in the first place. And I think there's one other issue I have, which is that with blocks 10 stories high and looking at the configuration of these blocks, I've been in cities around the world where you get a wind tunnel effect if you're not careful, and I'm just concerned that that needs some modelling, because that could be a factor. Also, finally, I've got issues relating to the skate park, which is, I couldn't find on any of the plans, but to actually put a skate park in close proximity to residential housing is not great for the people who live there. They can be quite noisy. I don't want to a skate park not to be provided, because there's lots of young people who want to use that type of facility. But I think it's also needs to be recognised that there are noise considerations, and that is an issue in terms of the design of this particular development.
Okay. Were there any questions in there that you'd like to answer?
Yeah, just quickly, in terms of the height of the buildings, condition 39 relates to wind microclimate analysis in order to safeguard against that sort of issue in terms of the creation of wind tunnels. In terms of the skate park facility, the indicative plan shows that to be on the sort of eastern boundary. Again, this is indicative though because it's an outline application, but that's something that will definitely have to be considered. You're right in terms of noise and the relationship to any nearby flat buildings in terms of noise generation as part of their future reserve matters.
Councillor Ballman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at 8.91, and the last part of the sentence says, noting the need for an updated statement to be provided at reserve matter stage when more detail is known. Will that detail include anything like sprinkler systems within the flats? That's one question. And just for the sake of clarity, just in case I missed something here, that 8.94, there is no contribution to early years education, primary education, or special needs education. None whatsoever. Is that correct? That is correct. And I tend to agree with Councillor Sumner that if you think this is going to be occupied all by single people, I think possibly, and I don't want to be too flippant about it, I think you're living in a different world to the rest of us, because I think that's going to be inevitable, and it's going to be inevitable that there will be children, and possibly a significant number, without any contribution by the developer to their education or to the local schools. So the figures given in here of 88,000 and 3,834,000 and the send of 924,000, they're at the top end. So there's been no discussion at all, is there, to say, well, maybe we could accept a little bit less, but at least something is going into education. So you're telling me there's nothing for education whatsoever, and there's been no discussion to get any money from the developer.
Just turning to the statement in the report about them being predominantly 1 and 2 bedrooms, that wasn't justification for not securing education contributions. The justification for that is through the viability testing, which I mentioned earlier, and the submission of the viability open book appraisal. That's the justification for that.
That's the justification.
Yeah, and to add to that, something I mentioned earlier on quite a lot in terms of the planning balance. In the end of the report, there's specific reference made to the lack of affordable housing and the lack of education contributions is something that does weigh against the scheme. You know, that's undoubtedly. But in the realm of the positives this development brings about, that's considered to be outweighed by the positives I've set out in the summary of this report.
I agree.
I have 3 councillors waiting to speak, so be assured that you are on my list. I'm going to allow Councillor Chandler next.
Thank you, Chair. I have some grave concerns about this application. It stems from conversations that have already been had. Councillor Grant and Councillor Small both started talking about parking. It's been mentioned several other times. I really need to be clear that to say there are legitimate concerns around parking with this application are the understatement of this evening. Make no mistake. The lack of support for education, as Councillor Ballman and Councillor Sumner have alluded to, is, there's no other way of putting it, frankly, just completely and utterly unacceptable for a development of this size, and one in the proximity to town centre and Rob Boncini schools that simply will not have the capacity for those additional children. It's mystifying to me that there is no contribution towards education. I also want to echo Councillor Courtliff's point that we still have the concern about the listed building. We're not supposed to talk across applications here, but I think it's reasonable to assume that if an application of this scale and size went exactly next to any other Grade 2 listed building, like Mechanics, Corn Exchange, Lydiard House, there'd be an entirely different conversation about the level of visual pervasiveness given the height of these buildings and the density that they'll occupy. I'd only hasten to add that I'll support if Councillor Courtliff isn't still prepared to second. I'd be happy to second the original motion to reject, but I would add that there is also policy here that we should be taken into consideration about the protection of the canal path, and I would very much consider that part of my reasons for objecting as well.
Thank you. I'm going to take Councillor Heath next.
Yeah, just a question around the parking and the management of the car parking spaces. So if there was a degree of confidence around that, then if this was a phased deployment and we faced any issues with parking, because we clearly just got it wrong, but where would we stand then? That we'd just have to suffer the additional phases, even though there was a failure with regards to the planning of the parking spaces?
In a word, yes. I mean, we make the best possible judgment we can with the information we have. The levels are low, but we've tried to deal with that as best we can by seeking investment in other means of transport and by asking for a management plan that will at least help us to understand how we might make the best use of that stock. So, we've done this before. We've accepted shared parking at the nationwide development, and it gives us a more efficient use of those spaces. I do believe there will still be excess demand, and we will have to try and manage that as best we can through the design of the on-site roads so that we don't get blockages that cause problems for emergency service vehicles, and there may be some overspill in surrounding residential streets. But it is what it is. It's the best we can do. I mean, ironically, Active Travel England have asked for less parking. They don't want to see land used for parking at a sustainable site like this. So it is a difficult balance. But let's say the view I've taken is I don't think we would be able to sustain an objection on the grounds that there was insufficient parking.
Follow up.
Well, I cycled here tonight, and there was a lot of cars and not many cyclists. So I think the assumption that there's going to suddenly be a lot of middle-aged men in lycra flying around just because we're providing some cycle spaces in volume, for me, that doesn't sound right.
Thank you very much. I'm now going to move on to Councillor Courtcliffe.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to echo the points around the canal. I think Councillor Hopkins made a good point. It would be good for Severn Capital, the applicant, to consider how it can actually support the canal for its own benefit, really. And I'd encourage them, if they do care, to come down to my ward and see the wonderful work that Mr Barr and his colleagues have done at Witchellstowe to make a great cultural attraction with the restored sections of the Wilton Berks Canal and the Dragonfly boat trips that run from there. Going back to the harm on the heritage, the listed building, even if we're going by 215 in the NPPF, there still has to be a weigh up of the harm versus the public benefits, given that not a single affordable house is going to be delivered from this, and the best part of £4 million has been stolen from primary education, best part of £1 million has been stolen from special educational needs and disabled education, and the best part of 100k is being stolen from early years education. I still don't think the public benefits on that tilted balance outweigh the harm. And when you take all of these things into account, they may not on their own warrant a refusal, but the combination of the parking issues, the harm to the heritage asset, the lack of affordable housing, the lack of education provision, members, when you put all these things together and you test, I argue the tilted balance is in favour of refusal, and I'd ask you to vote with your conscience, not your party whip on this one.
Okay, so do we have any other proposed? I'm going to move on to Tom Buxton to summarise.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on a couple of points, and particularly around the heritage element, I think it's important to point out that as part of this application, Historic England have not raised any objections to the proposals. Our expert conservation officer is in agreement that the development constitutes less than substantial harm in terms of paragraph 215 of the MPPF. And in terms of the balancing exercise and that particular paragraph of the MPPF that Councillor Courtliff just mentioned then, I appreciate obviously that everyone has their own opinion on this, but however, it's my professional opinion that that balancing exercise and that less than substantial harm is outweighed by the delivery of 707 houses in a very sustainable location, a brownfield site, delivery of much needed housing that national government are highly supportive of, not to mention obviously the reopening of the Oasis as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to move back to the proposal that we have on the table from Councillor Sumner to refuse permission for this application. So what I need to do is to ask you, Councillor Sumner, are you happy to include Councillor Courtliff's additional reason for refusal on your list?
I am, and in addition, the canal comments from Councillor Chandler.
Right. Okay, thank you very much for that. So, what we have on the table committee is the outline application for multi-storey residential development of up to 207 apartments to include car parking, associated public and residential amenity space, cycle parking facilities and outdoor play facilities, along with associated engineering and site clearance. We have a proposal to refuse to grant permission and against planning officer's recommendation. So those people in favour of refusal, please indicate. Seven in favour of refusal. Those in favour of the, those against refusal, please indicate. Okay. Any abstentions? 2. Thank you very much. Therefore, this planning application has been refused for the reasons set out by Councillor Sumner to the committee. So thank you very much for that. So just to make it clear to everybody that this application for the outline approval for the multi-storey residential development has been refused. So for those people who have joined us just for the Oasis 4 agenda items, we do have another agenda item. You're very welcome to stay and listen if you wish. But if you'd like to go home, I'm going to give a 5-minute adjournment to the committee to give you a chance to come. So thank you very much for attending this evening. to thank everybody who's come along for this item, for their patience this evening. I'm waiting for the item to start until 20 to 10. So here we have an application, construction of public open space, landscaping in neighbourhood and local equipped areas for play, amendments to those approved under previous permissions S19-1876 and SRES 160289 Abbey Farm, Lady Lane, Blunsdon Ward, St Andrew, pages 221 to 243. I'm going to ask the Planning Officer, Ed Snook, to take us through and give us any updates as necessary. So over to you, Ed.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for alterations to the open space at Abbey Farm development, which consists of 350 school and open space. The revised scheme was implemented prior to the submission of this application in 2022, and as a result, this application seeks to regularise the amended scheme. The alterations between the previously approved and implemented scheme includes a reduction to the number of mounds within the wider open space, an alternative range of play equipment at the NEEP and LEAP, and a revised landscaping scheme on the southern edge of the development. The application has been brought before Planning Committee at the request of Councillor Hayes, the former ward councillor, who objected to the initial submission in 2022. The primary concerns from the councillor, the parish and residents, all of which were received in 2022, relate to the deviations to the open space from the original approvals, the standard and quality of the open space, and the ongoing management and maintenance of the open space. The originally approved open space areas were largely at grade, and the removal of mounds aligns closer with this original scheme. The implemented scheme maintains the functionality and usability of the general recreation open space, and as a result is considered acceptable. The installed play equipment at both play areas is similar and provides the same player experience as the originally approved equipment. The number of equipment items remains the same and caters for a similar range of ages. As a result, the changes are not materially different and are considered acceptable. Due to highway visibility displays, a small number of trees were replaced with shrub planting. Whilst not having the same landscape impact, the amendments are considered acceptable. Whilst there may have been issues with the quality of the installed open space in 2022, following recent site visits, officers considered the open space and play areas at Abbey Farm to be well used and in good condition. It was largely implemented by 2020, and as a result, the vegetation has matured to the extent that it is a usable and landscaped open space. Any construction works to replace play equipment or landscape areas is likely to cause significant disruption to these established and well-used areas of open space. Residents have also raised concerns with the ongoing management and maintenance of the site and the operation of the management company. Officers can only assess the application before them, which in this case relates to the physical change to the open space, as discussed within the Planning Committee report. The implemented open space scheme does not currently align with the Section 106 legal agreement or previously approved open space strategy. The approval of this planning application, along with the conditions and supplemental legal agreement, would link the implemented open space to the Section 106 agreement and require the submission of a new open space strategy via condition. These steps would then enable an open space completion certificate to be issued and the transfer of the open space to the management company to be progressed. Overall, the quantum and function of the open space remains as per the approved original scheme, and there are no objections from the Council's landscape officer. The proposed changes to the open space areas and play equipment are not considered to be materially different, nor do they result in harm, and they comply with the requirements of the policies within the Swindon Borough Local Plan. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to conditions and the completion of a supplemental legal agreement. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I have one more councillor here, Councillor Adams, who'd like to speak. So, oh, sorry, you weren't down on the list. So you're also going to speak on this? Okay, I need to remind you then about when you speak, not to fetter your interest. So if you're going to speak now, could you go and sit in the middle, please, for when you speak on this? Well, yes, if you haven't predetermined that you may return. Okay, we'll start with Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start firstly by assuring people that despite the pictures shown, my ward is in fact not orange. I'm not sure what was going on with those pictures. I can tell you it's a green and pleasant land. But so firstly, thank you for allowing me this time to address the committee today. I speak as the elected borough councillor for St Andrews Ward, and more importantly, as a voice for the community that feels both ignored and let down by this application. The proposal seeks to amend previously approved plans for the public open space and play provision in Abbey Farm. It's not just a matter of minor technical changes, it's a matter of trust, integrity, and our collective responsibility as stewards of public planning. Let me begin by reminding this committee what the original vision for Abbey Farm was. Through planning consents such as S19-1876 and SRES 16-0289, residents were sold a vision of a sustainable, family-orientated neighbourhood with high-quality landscaping, inclusive and engaging play equipment, and community spaces designed to foster belonging and well-being. These weren't abstract aspirations, they were concretely embedded in the planning documents and public engagement materials presented at the time. They influenced purchases, decisions, shaped community expectations, and defined the identity of this development. Now we're faced with an application that proposes to scale back the core components. The play space is smaller, the landscaping is thinner, and the quality of equipment has been downgraded. There's no reasonable justification provided for these reductions, no consultation with the community, no evidence that this revised scheme delivers equivalent or improved outcomes. I note that one comment made by the developers was that they didn't have enough earth left over. Well, I'd be more than happy to help find some for them if that's what they need. After all, we live on a planet that's called Earth. Though, and on top of that, I note that they didn't even send a representative tonight to tonight's talks, which says an awful lot to me as well. But moving on to some material parts of this application, policy DE1 in the Swindon local plan. The amended proposal falls short of the high standards required under DE1. Reducing the size and quality of open spaces undermines the design principles that underpin the entire Abbey Farm development. This isn't just a question of aesthetics, it's about function, inclusion, and long-term value. A reduction in landscaping and play provision diminishes the usability and visual coherence of the area. Item 2, policy EN3. The local plan also requires that new developments provide accessible and usable open space that meets community needs. The proposed amendments do not meet these standards. In fact, they compromise it by offering less functional space, fewer play opportunities, and a generic design that fails to reflect the needs of the families living there. Item 3, National Planning Policy Framework, paragraphs 98 to 100. The NPPF is clear. Access to high-quality, open space and opportunities for recreation is essential to the health and well-being of communities. By reducing the scale and ambition of the play areas, this application contravenes national planning guidelines. It does not contribute to a healthy, inclusive, safe place, as outlined in paragraph 92 and beyond. Item 4, undermining the original planning conditions and legitimacy. The revisions effectively bypass the original design intent and planning obligations. This sets a dangerous precedent. If developers are permitted to chip away at the community infrastructure after initial approval, the integrity of the planning system is fundamentally compromised. We must protect not just the built environment, but the trust placed in us by the public. Point 5, lack of justification and absence of public engagement. There is no planning merit provided to justify the proposed changes. No economic assessment, no updated need analysis, no design rationale, and crucially, no engagement with the local community, as echoed by there being nobody here again tonight. This failure to consult contradicts the spirit of collaborative planning encouraged by both local and national policy. But moving on to the broader impact for the community. This isn't just about swings and shrubs, it's about social cohesion, child development and mental well-being. It's about delivering spaces where children can thrive, where families can meet, and where neighbourhoods become communities. By scaling back the play areas, we are literally and figuratively taking spaces away from the next generation. Residents feel deceived. Many told me that had they known what the quality of provision they would receive, they may have reconsidered moving to Abbey Farm altogether. This isn't about NIMBYism, it's a demand for developers to honour the commitments made in good faith. As members of the committee, we are guardians of the public interest. The interest is to be best served by consistency, integrity and transparency in the planning process. If we approve this watered-down version of the public space, we send a message to developers that they can cut corners after the fact that promises made during planning can be discarded later for convenience and profits. So in conclusion, I urge the committee to reject the application, insist on the reinstatement of the original scheme, or at the very least require the developers to propose a revised plan to meet or exceed the original quality and designs, one that is informed by local consultation and a clear rationale. Let's not settle for less. Let's stand up for our residents. Let's uphold the promise that planning is for the people, not just for profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. It all feels a bit like musical chairs tonight. I'm conscious of time, so I won't talk for too long on this. I'll save any material or comments or otherwise until the members' discussion. Firstly, can I thank the public commenters for bearing with us. Tonight was always going to be a very lengthy exchange with regard to the other applications, but I would point out that this application is still extremely important, and members would be mistaken to try and very much rubber stamp this. This is a very serious, important issue in North Swindon, and one with implications on other wards as well. I'm disappointed, as Councillor Adams said, that there is no developer representation here. I did very much expect that. This is the first St Andrews application that I'm aware of that has been called into planning since I was elected, and this application was initially called in by then Councillor Steve Hayes a few weeks after I was elected, so it's taken an extremely long time to get to this point. It is not a NIMBY issue. St Andrews very rarely find issues with applications and feel the need to call them in, but nevertheless it has impacted hundreds of residents, and I want to make sure that it's given serious consideration tonight before we vote. I'll leave my comments there and rejoin the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chandler. Okay, on my list I have three public speakers. Just check here tonight. Joe Tompkinson, Amy Holleran and Kate Tomlinson. Do you all wish to speak? So that then gives you, I believe, 3 minutes, 20 seconds each. You'll be given a 30-second warning. So I'm going to take them in this order. So Joe Tomlinson, if you'd like to go first.
Thank you and good evening. Knowing you'll shortly hear a long list of serious unresolved breaches, I'd like to offer some vital context. You may be told that this is just a technical matter, a sign-off of revised landscape drawings, but the reality is far more serious, the ramifications of which are there for residents and this council, and they are profound. For years, Abbey Farm residents have been systematically extorted. Over £300,000 has been unlawfully demanded by Gateway Property Management, a company appointed directly by the developers in breach of transfer deeds and a legally binding Section 106 agreement. Gateway have no lawful authority, no right to recover charges, and this is not poor management. It isn't even typical fleasehold. It's a protection racket, and residents are being harassed and threatened while this council deliberately looks the other way. There is no ambiguity here. Every piece of legal documentation confirms this. No open space certificate has ever been issued. No legal handover has taken place. Under the Section 106, the developers remain fully liable, and by law, they cannot pass those costs on to residents, which is exactly what has happened under the watchful eye of this council. Gateway or the developers for years have refused to produce a shred of evidence because they can't legitimise this appointment, while still threatening enforcement against vulnerable homeowners in an attempt to scare them into paying. They are reliant on scaring people because there is no appointment. Meanwhile, this council seeks not to protect residents, but to attempt to legitimise the very breaches on which the entire matter turns. Officers have attempted to mislead residents by claiming they have no enforcement powers, but such claims are demonstrably false. Walsall Council, dealing with near identical breaches by the very same developer, used the exact same legislation last year to pursue an injunction. Their intervention delivered a fair outcome, but this council claimed that the very same legislation does not apply to them and can't be used. They won't even write the developers a letter pointing out their breaches of powerful legislation. Senior officers in this council have demonstrated a disturbing lack of understanding of the sign-off mechanism under the Section 106 process. And this same lack of understanding of important legislation continues to expose residents to unlawful financial harm. Officers have rushed through Stage 2 responses to our complaints, whilst ignoring evidence and refusing to answer direct, reasonable questions in an attempt to prevent further questions being asked of them. They're acting in exactly the same way the developers do. Don't engage, don't explain, shut down scrutiny as soon as possible. Let's bury our heads in the sand and hope the nasty residents stop asking questions. The site remains under live enforcement with unresolved breaches. Yet rather than enforce, this council are seeking to grant permission with hundreds of thousands of pounds of outstanding obligations. It's failed to defend its own legal agreement. It's chosen to support developers' financial interests over its own residents, despite its statutory obligations. I have with me tonight two versions of the same open letter to the Local Government and Social Care Ombudsman and the Right Honourable Angela Rayner.
Right, thank you very much, Mr Tomkinson. I'm going to have to stop you there. We've got to the end of your time.
May I refer once to the open letter? I asked for 20 seconds.
Quickly, yeah.
Thank you. One version of that open letter references the support of this council in rejecting this abhorrent application that is absolutely shameful and diabolical. The other doesn't, and they'll be going to the press tomorrow because it is high time that a light is shone on this appalling conduct. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to Amy Holleran.
Good evening. I'm here today on behalf of Abbey Farm residents, families who have spent 4 years paying for public open space that remains incomplete, unsafe and not fit for adoption. We strongly object to this application, which attempts to retrospectively approve downgraded designs and management failures, all whilst locking residents into rising costs. Let me be clear, this application does not meet Swindon Borough Council's own planning policies, nor the expectations set out as the reserved matters stage. Policy DE1 of the local planning demands high-quality designs for all new developments, including play areas and open space. The Council's own open space audit acknowledges a borough-wide shortage of high-quality green open space, yet this application seeks to formalise a lower standard than that was approved. That's not high quality, it's simply a downgrade. Take the play areas. The approved scheme includes a spring-mounted boat providing a dynamic and interactive experience. Instead, a static unit has been installed. To the claim that this offers the same play value is simply not credible. Worse still, the small park is now fenced off and closed due to safety concerns. A child was injured and required hospital treatment, and this application would have you believe that it is all acceptable. The wildflower meadow, approved and costed in the plans, has never been delivered. Instead, residents have inherited patchy amenity grass, overrun with weeds, requiring more frequent cutting and more money to maintain. Wild areas were intended to be low maintenance with 2 cuts per year. They are good for biodiversity, and we've ended up with the exact opposite. Now, the cost to put that area right in the report commissioned by the developer's own consultation was $178,000, yet that cost has been passed on to us through our resident management costs that the developer has implemented early. Charges were meant to be £124 a year. They have now tripled, and those charges have been applied since 2020, even though the land was incomplete and unadoptable. I asked, what checks have the council done? Where's the audits and where's the accountability? All of this isn't based on residents' opinion alone. It's confirmed in the audits carried out by the developer's own consultation, Pegasus and Blackberry Gardens. Those reports describe the site as unloved, poorly maintained, unsafe, and 99% non-compliant in seeded areas. Trees are missing, hedges are overgrown, weed control has failed, and key elements have now not been installed to the specification. These weren't the council's inspections. They were commissioned by the developers, and yet even they couldn't avoid recording how far short the scheme has fallen. And despite years of warning signs, no meaningful enforcement has been taken, and the developers have faced no consequences and given multiple extensions to the phasing strategy at Abbey Farm. This is why the committee must act now. I've personally raised flood concerns with the Chief Planning Officer, specifically regarding the pathways, which have become impassable sometimes due to poor drainage, and whether the weed-choked infiltration basins will ever function as intended. They aren't just aesthetic issues, they are infrastructure failures. If the drainage fails and are non-compliant, this is not just landscaping, it's a basic function of the site.
Okay,
so I've just got one more line, I'll be 10 seconds.
You can add it to,
Yes,
probably Kate Tomlinson could add it to hers.
The National Planning Policy Framework is also clear. Paragraph 134 states that poorly designed developments should be refused, especially where it fails to reflect local design and policy guidance. That's exactly what's happening here. What was approved has not been delivered, and the application asked to approve the failure, not the facts. Abbey Farm residents are not asking for upgrades, only for what was promised, which was a high-quality design, biodiverse-friendly site, safe and usable play areas, and fair and transparent costs, and none of that has been delivered. We urge this committee to refuse the application and require the developer to complete the site to the standards that are approved, not rewrite them years later. Thank you.
Sorry to be so precise, Kate. You've got 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Thank you.
This council is committed in its own local plan to high quality development, including the open spaces and play areas. According to DE1 of the local plan, the committee must reject this on the basis of downgraded design, which, as Joe and Amy have demonstrated, is no longer high quality and therefore has fallen below the standard of approval for planning. The National Planning Policy Framework states that developments should be refused if they are not well designed. It also states that developments should contribute positively to the overall quality and character of the built environment. This application in itself is an admission that Abbey Farm doesn't meet this framework. If the application is approved, it gives developers the green light to go back on their promises and deliver poor quality development. We've just seen extensive proposals for the Oasis site with a promise for residential open spaces and cycle paths. Well, all of those proposals could be absolutely worthless if the council simply allows developers to come back years later, once it's built, and remove many of those promises on green and open spaces. Ultimately, accepting this application signals that SBC won't hold developers to account if they don't deliver. Finally, can I ask that your final thoughts be given to the children of Abbey Farm, whose parks remain either closed due to a child's injury or are deemed too unsafe by parents. The same children who are not able to ride their bikes on the paths when it is too wet, and the same children who would benefit the most from wildflower meadows and other environmental offsets which have now been abandoned. I ask the committee to stand up for residents and promote high quality development for the families of our town. Do not let developers go back on their promises, and don't let them charge residents for their own failures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask if any of the parish councillors present wish to speak. No? No? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to move on, before I move on to the members only discussion, I'm going to bring in Ed Snook to comment on what we've heard.
Thank you, Chair. Just to kind of highlight the report, in terms of the policies of the local plan, officers consider these have been met. The areas of open space are as per the original outline and the 106. The planting scheme is largely the same. Primary changes are to the actual open space mounds. There's a submitted document which is called the play space note, which highlights the changed play equipment and replaced. And this largely kind of covers the age groups of the previously approved equipment. And just refer you to sort of paragraph 8.21 of the report, which sets out, it's like 8.20 of the report, which sets out the key considerations of this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Richard Bell, Chief Planning Officer.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give it up. He don't want to listen. Oh, hang on, there we are. He does want to listen to me. Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things which I think we said, which is probably worthwhile just reminding committee of what planning can and can't do. Committee can only consider what is submitted before it, and its considerations have to be based on material planning considerations. So the question for committee tonight is the open space in the planning application, which is open space that's been constructed, planted, which is in existence and which is used, is it acceptable in that form? Does it function correctly by providing land for leisure use, recreation and play? Does it work for suds and wildlife? And is the planting acceptable? Now, the open space was constructed largely before COVID. I know this area. It was the place I used to go after COVID, after the lockdowns, to meet staff for socially distanced one-to-ones walking around the site. And since then, the planting has largely taken and matured. The open space is functional, and when I've been there, it's been well used. Now, the problem is that the application is a retrospective planning application. And members need to consider that if it came in as part of the original outline or as reserved matters, would that open space have been approved? The officer's recommendation is that it would. It's operated as a functional area for open space, leisure and recreation for nigh on 5 years. The council's landscape officer is on record, and this is listed in the report, section 6, that he considers the open space as built and maintained to be in good order. The implications of not agreeing this are quite interesting. The open space in its originally approved form could never now be constructed and planted as agreed because of highways visibility issues. You'll note at paragraph 3.4 there's a list of the 4 amendments that this application is proposing. The first of all is the omission of landscape mounds from the northern part of the public open space. Now, the original consent for the open space consented the area to be flat. There was then a revision that came in to build large mounds, and what we've got now and what's been built is a kind of halfway house. So high mounds have been deemed to be acceptable, no mounds have been deemed to be acceptable. We have a halfway house here. It also refers to the retention of an alternative range of play equipment in both the NEEP, which is the one on the large open space, and the LEAP, which is the one in the middle of the residential area. From my understanding, there are the same number of play equipment items there. It's just that they are of a different form. They are used. And the final point is revised planting and landscaping on the southern part of the public open space. That can't be constructed in accord with the original scheme because it would foul a highways visibility display. So we couldn't expect the open space to be constructed as in the way that it is currently approved. Hence, the applicants were invited to put in an amended planning application. What we can't do is enforce against something that we know cannot be delivered, as that open space in its entirety now can't. And we can't enforce against anything when there is a live planning application or an appeal pending. That's why no action has been taken. The report that Amy referred to, that the developer submitted about the quality and standard of the open space, is referred to in paragraph 8.23. That was back in September 2024. As I said, the landscape officer has subsequently visited the site twice in the last autumn and found that the failings had been rectified. And as I said, he considered that the site was in good order. The photographs that you saw, albeit with an orange hue on them earlier, were taken by me 2 weeks ago. So that's what it looks like now. So the question for members isn't around the difficulties that the residents have had with the developers. This is around, is what's in front of them acceptable in planning terms?
Thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, so we're going to...
I just add something.
I'm afraid we've just moved on. I'm afraid it's now the members' discussion. Hang on a sec. Right, yeah. Unfortunately, because the time was used by the three of you, there wasn't any time. There wasn't any time left, and that we don't allow that, and we didn't allow it for the last applications when somebody asked that. So we are going to move on to the members' discussion. So, do we have any members who wish to ask a question of the officers? Councillor Crilly.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what we are trying to sort of vote on here, because obviously there's a planning application that's retrospective, but obviously the site has a lot of problems around the play equipment, and we've had that in sort of my area, and we've been on touch with the management team and all that sort of thing. So are we voting on not accepting the planning application retrospectively, or is it something around the play equipment not being kept up to date or viable with the developer? I find it a bit confusing.
I think that it can be confusing, so I'm going to ask Richard Bell to come in here and say what the planning officers are recommending with this application.
Yeah, you are voting on whether to accept the retrospective planning application that reflects what's been constructed. The concerns of the residents are that what's been constructed in terms of the play equipment doesn't match up with what they expected to be constructed and what was required by the original open space consent on the site.
What's the recommendation of the planner?
So,
sorry,
I don't think that is misleading. So what?
Right, can I ask you not to interrupt the planning committee, because the
I'll speak with you.
and also what we need explain to Claire what it you are the planner's recommending, acceptance
Yes.
or refusal.
What is being voted on tonight is the application in front of you, which is an application for the revised as-built open space and play areas. I won't speak for the residents, they've spoken for themselves. That's what you're being asked to vote on. The officer's recommendation is that the open space and play equipment is, as built, is acceptable, and that the retrospective planning application should be consented. That's the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Courtcliffe. First.
Sorry, I thought Councillor Chan had his hand up first.
You were first, and he has already spoken.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My struggle with this is the open space, etc., play equipment. There was an original planning permission that conditioned how it should have been constructed. My understanding is that that hasn't been constructed as to how it was in the original permission. And rather than pursue the developer for any breaches, we're now saying let's approve a different set of designs to what was originally permissioned. That I find real difficulty with that. There was already a planning permission and a scheme for the developer to work with. Surely they should be delivering that rather than coming back with a retrospective application to diminish the level of amenity that the residents were expecting would have been constructed in line with the original permission. This is where my struggle with this is.
Okay, I'm going to bring Ed in there.
Yeah, so in terms of the actual play equipment itself, there's a plain note which has been submitted, which kind of sets out the approved equipment and then the implemented equipment, and it sets out the age ranges which that equipment is suitable for. So in the officer's opinion, it's not been diminished. There is still a range of equipment which functions for the children of those ages.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to Councillor Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the report it refers to Councillor Hayes' comments, and he described the attitude of the developers to residents as treating them pretty shabbily. It's not really my place as a member of the Planning Committee to weigh in on those particular matters, but as a ward councillor I can certainly attest to that. I don't think it predetermines anything around this application because, as we're constantly reminded, who the developer is not a material planning consideration. But there are several planning considerations here, and I think it goes back to the same argument we were having earlier about the Oasis in terms of how that is weighted to the benefit of the overall development. Policy EN3, which has already been referred to, ensures the Council's support for high quality landscaping, and that would impact the LEAP and the NEAP in Abbey Farm, whilst also acknowledging SBC's open spaces audit, which the Council's own audit highlights the shortage of high-quality spaces around developments in Swindon. The fact we're having a discussion tonight over whether developers have or have not crossed the boundary of their development no longer delivering a high-quality development would constitute a material planning matter under EN3, in my opinion. The developer until now has not been held responsible for the deviations to the design layout originally agreed. That has clearly resulted in poorer quality or downgraded equipment. There are several examples of this. There's the equipment being replaced, which was referred to in the committee report. There's also the small matter of the fencing. It's a standard practice now for new council parks to have galvanised steel, what do they call it, bow top fencing. Abbey Farm is cladded with much cheaper wooden slats, which are now either all broken, missing, or so splintered parents don't want to take their kids near the park. Again, a material matter under EN3. Then when you turn to DE1 of the Council's local plan, if the Council can establish that these deviations have impacted to such a level that the high quality of design is in question, under DE1, these would form a material consideration. Under that, under Section D, the quality of the public realm, there is clear scope to examine the impact on the play areas in particular and how they've created an additional aesthetically unpleasing impact on the surrounding areas. The play area and open space on Cittering Close is a particular note. As I've mentioned before, there's the wooden slats, but there's also the issue of the mounds. Under DE1 Part 409, the existing site conditioned with the soil dumping has had a material impact in respect of this policy. Under Part 414, the building material use can be drawn into question. Abbey Farm, up until recently, was a working farm, and standard high-quality design principles was in place for new play areas. Other than cost, there is no clear justification from the developer for the decision to go with cheaper materials, fencing and structures, rather than, as I mentioned before, steel, galvanised bow-top fencing, which is far more robust and typical of play areas. In the Swindon Design Guide of 2006, which is still in place now, it's strongly backed in section 135.b of the NPPF that suggests these designs should have high quality design and landscaping, not for the short term, but for the lifetime of the development. Abbey Farm, as the Chief Planning Officer has alluded to, is just under 5 years old. The fact there have been so many teething issues and so many issues around the developers' delivered works as part of the landscaping should draw this policy into question as well as a material consideration. Section 139 of the NPPF states that applications should be rejected if they do not live up to local policy or government guidance on design. I think Abbey Farms falls foul of both. And finally, we have another issue which we've tackled before when I believe it was Craig was our Chief Legal Officer on this committee, around precedent. We're reminded that the decisions the committee take should not only be defensible for one application, they must be, they're by their very nature, a precedent for future applications of exactly the same type. We are, I feel, walking a very dangerous line here, allowing developers to take such brazen changes to the design and facing no planning or enforcement consequences from it. So given that all this has happened, leaving aside the material impact on residents from being exploited by premature management charges, I think there's good reason to re-examine this from the developer's point of view, and in that respect I recommend we reject this application.
Okay, so Councillor Chandler, you're recommending rejection. You're putting forward a motion at this point. Can you give us your reasons, please?
Yeah, I believe the application falls foul of policy EN3 of the Swindon local plan in respect to securing high quality landscaping and design. I also feel it falls foul of policy D1. Section 135 of the NPPF, Section 139 of the NPPF, and, well, I don't think precedent is a material reason, but I put that in there anyway. So 4 reasons.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Courtcliffe, thank you. Before we move on, I do have Councillor who wishes to speak, so I'm going to ask them to speak first. So, Councillor Heath.
Yeah, I recognise the residents' concerns around, you know, the potential slight downgrade of some of the play equipment. But I've been there, and it looks like a really good play area. So I think it seems to me that they've largely delivered, you know, on what was offered and promised as part of the delivery. So I can't really see, unless one of the officers can tell me that I've missed something glaringly obvious, apart from the some of the issues around creating mounds that would block vision. I can't see anything that would stop us from approving this.
Would you like to put forward a proposal?
Yeah, I propose that we approve the planning permission. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Right. Councillor Heath, yeah, would puts forward a proposal to accept the planning officer's recommendation. So do we have somebody who will second that in the room? Well, I'm going to second that proposal from Councillor Heath that we accept the recommendation of the planning officers. I've also recently visited the area, so I have exactly the same opinion that it looked like a substantial play area that was fit for purpose. Okay. I'm going to ask Edward to summarise before we go to the first vote. So, Edward.
Thank you, Chair. To summarise, in the officer's opinion, the open space meets the requirements of policy D1 and EN3 in terms of providing a high quality open space. The areas are exactly the same as the originally approved. As Richard's touched on, the mounds are a kind of middle ground between what was originally approved and has subsequently been approved. And the play space note sets out that the play spaces provide a range of functions for different ages. So in our view, that meets the requirements of the policies. There is a condition 5 requires the submission of an open space strategy which would control future management regimes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move to the vote for the first proposal, which came from Councillor Chandler, to refuse permit this application as recommended by the planning officers. So all those in favour of refusing, please put your hand up. That's 3. All those against refusing, please indicate. Any abstentions? 2. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to, that vote has fallen. So the committee has not agreed to refuse this planning application. So we're now going to move to the proposal from Councillor Heath to accept the recommendation from the planning officer to accept this planning application. So those people in favour of accepting and granting this application, please indicate. Yeah. So those people who are against approval, and those people who are abstaining. So therefore that is carried. This application has been granted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Plan Committee. I think that's the longest we've ever sat.